Good morning, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, found your way here, no problem. We'll begin as we always do in the appropriate way, and we will have the elder come and open us up. And this is Elder Diane and Andisha Picard. She's an elder from Wendake and a descendant of two Huron-Wendat chiefs. And she bears the spiritual woman name Indacha Sudakwa, and it means eagle moon. So we will have her come up. Thank you.
Yummy hoey hey, yummy hoey hey, hey ya, you can ho hey, hey ya, you can ho hey, hey ya, you can ho hey. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. You can ho hey, you can ho hey, you can ho hey. Yummy ho hey hey, yummy ho hey hey, yummy ho hey hey, yummy ho hey hey. Hey ya, hey ya. You can away. Hey ya, you can away. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. You can away. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. You can away, you can away, you can away, you can away. Ooh. Yo man, happy to see you. My name is Okwandoran, Tawakanche, Yahandish Rande, Sondakwa Yatsi, Zian Picard. I was born here 75 years old. I am. And my family is the Wolf clan. Yaguasta, Ikwanda de Guaguasta. Na hade guanoron quanyon, yoskino ton dak suta. Na hade guanoron quanyon, yandiawish dak suta. The east, the direction of the real. And I say, yandiawish. The turtle, the grand turtle of the life. I say thanks to the bear, okay. Not same thing. Eh? I say thanks to the bear for the west direction of the medicine wheel. And Yoskin entend the little deer. And I'm the clan, wolf clan, Yanariskwa, the east direction. I asked to make smudging ceremonies. Excuse me, my English, I speak just a little bit, you know. And I make a smudging for to prepare the territories for to say welcome everybody, welcome my grand chief. I like this chief, yes. Oh, happy to say I like this chief. If I don't like it, a very big problem. Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to stand up, please, for the ceremonies and the prayer. In the past, the ancients, Wendat ancients, burned the tobacco during the ritual, sacred plants, to demonstrate our gratitude and send our thanks and greeting to our grandmother Atansi, also to the Creator, the Great Spirit of life, the origin of all understanding. I burn right now sage, cedar, sweet glass, sweet grass, and tobacco. Sometimes I use feather, eagle feather, but just in the ceremonies, sacred ceremonies. I also wish to greet all the people. I also wish to greet all the people, the grand human families, yellow, white, black, and red. I would like to tell you welcome to the Wendat land. Woman, Wendat land. Do you hear it's okay? Yes, woman and men, Wendat land. Et j'aime ça taquiner. Oh, c'est le fun. OK. Au grand esprit, dont la voix se fait entendre dans le vent, qui d'un souffle anime tout l'univers. Écoute-moi. Great Spirit, please listen our prayer. Je suis un de tes enfants, petit et faible. J'ai besoin de ton aide et de ta sagesse. Rends-moi sage afin que j'apprenne ce que tu as enseigné à mon peuple. Pas trop, juste un petit peu. La leçon. Rends-moi sage afin que j'apprenne ce que tu as enseigné à mon peuple. La leçon. La leçon cachée en chaque feuille, sous chaque arbre. Est-ce que quelqu'un peut faire la traduction? Ils font la traduction. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, que mes yeux contemplent à jamais la splendeur d'un soleil couchant. Que mes mains respectent ta création. Que mes oreilles soient attentives à ta voix. Que nos yeux contemplent à jamais la splendeur d'un soleil couchant. Que nos mains respectent ta création. Je demande la force dans d'être supérieur et de combattre mon plus grand ennemi. Quand ma vie s'éteindra au soleil couchant, je veux que mon âme puisse aller vers toi avec confiance, le regard limpide et les mains claires. Je ne peux pas purifier tout le monde, bien sûr, of course, but if you would like a hand, et papa, j'y toucherai pas. Enlève tes mains. OK. Les mains, OK. Just take a break. Just relax, OK. For to have a good understanding for our people. Is the territory is there the First Nation, and we ask to our ancestor, all the family to come in for to prayer with us and to make a good thing for all the First Nation of the Canada and for all the autochthon of the universe. Thank you very much for to coming here in Wendake. It's very, very honor for our people. If you take a smog for in your hair. I say thanks to the Creator for your intelligence and understanding. I say thanks for the feet to moccasin to walk a good road. Les femmes d'abord. Très honneur de vous accueillir, monsieur, sur notre territoire. Sur le territoire des Premières Nations. Thank you. J'arrive. Je vais faire le tour en quelques secondes. Je ne ferai pas tout le monde parce que... Oh, c'est le son. Oh. Ça réveille. OK. Je vais juste faire le tour vite fait. Yes. Tiens, comme ça. OK. Ce que je vais faire, c'est que je vais rester de l'autre côté. S'il y en a qui veulent le faire particulièrement, if you would like to personal smog, I can make a personal smog for you. Thank you. Okay. Well, okay. You can sit. Yes, you can sit. It's okay. Thank you, sir. Merci. Aussi. Merci pour le son. Thank you very much. Oui, OK. Bien mieux. OK. Ouais.
All right, well, we finished some of the moving the furniture back. I'd just like to thank the dancers. I'd like to thank the elder. Thank you for the blessing, elder. Thank you for the smudging. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And the dancers were Arosen Krolui, from the Wendat Nation, and George Trapper, who's Cree from the Cree Nation. And they tour powwows all over Quebec. So wonderful to do that. And I'm from the northwest coast of British Columbia, and my people do not do any dancing like you do at all, because we potlatch. So I really appreciate seeing your dancing and sharing that with us. And I believe it was fancy dance? Sure. Jingle dance. Sorry, you were going to do two. Tomorrow, okay, tomorrow's fancy dance then. Today's jingle dance, obviously the jingling of this. It doesn't take me long, people. Yes, thank you. And George, you did the men's traditional dance? Yes, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate that. Okay, the table. I think it was back there, back more. Where was that level two? Where was that one? Looks all right. Looks good. Thank you. Again, thank you. Very grateful to be here today. And I know we're going to have an incredible day. But before we start, we'll follow the proper protocol, and we'll have Grand Chief Remy Vissant to come up, as well as Regional Chief Ghislaine Picard.
Thank you. Merci. First of all, I don't know why you're not using those comfortable seats or couch. You should try. So, Kweweti, Teanwatasta Yatsi, Wendake, Hindare. Je vais y aller en français. My French is better than my English for those words, law words, and some stuff like that. So I'll do it in French. Premièrement, au nom de la nation Huron-Wendat, c'est avec plaisir que je vous souhaite la bienvenue ici à Wendake, sur notre territoire traditionnel, le Nio-Wensio, pour le deuxième rassemblement de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations sur les lois autochtones. Alors que plusieurs communautés s'efforcent, avec raison, de tendre vers leur autonomie gouvernementale et de corriger des injustices historiques causées par de nombreuses lois fédérales qui nous étaient et nous sont encore imposées, ce forum de discussion est très pertinent pour donner aux participants des outils de réflexion concrets pour y arriver. De notre côté, nous venons tout juste de finaliser avec succès un long processus de revendication particulière pour la réserve de Roquemont, qui avait été vendue de façon illégale par le gouvernement fédéral en 1904. Nous étions inscrits dans un mécanisme il y a plus de 30 ans, en 1988, et avons fait face à 2 refus de la part du gouvernement fédéral avant de finalement avoir gain de cause en 2013 pour que notre revendication soit acceptée et qu'on puisse en négocier l'indemnité. Cette négociation s'est ensuite déroulée pendant près de 10 ans, pendant lesquels nous avons eu des offres qui n'étaient pas satisfaisantes, et elle s'est donc conclue l'an passé avec une proposition du fédéral qui était près du maximum prévu pour les revendications particulières, soit 150 millions. C'est une offre de 149 millions qu'on était à l'aise de présenter à notre population pour un référendum. Le référendum a été remporté à très forte majorité, 88 %, et les sommes de l'indemnité viennent tout juste d'être déposées au compte de la fiducie qui est responsable de l'administrer. Comme vous pouvez le constater, c'est un processus qui est extrêmement long et fastidieux. pendant lesquelles on se sent parfois à la merci du gouvernement fédéral qui impose encore aujourd'hui des règles de revendication particulières, même s'il s'agit d'un mécanisme qui a pour objectif de corriger les injustices du passé et qui devrait être vraiment décolonialisé. Je félicite donc l'APN de travailler sur une réforme des revendications particulières qui tiendra compte des lois autochtones et j'espère que le fédéral sera ouvert à cette réforme qui met de l'avant la réalité et la gouvernance des Premières Nations et ce, dans un objectif de décolonisation. Évidemment, il reste encore énormément de travail à faire. De notre côté, nous sommes en préparation d'une dernière. On en a eu 3 revendications particulières. 2 sont réglées. Il en reste une majeure. On est en préparation de celle-ci. Je voudrais aussi remercier l'APN d'avoir choisi Wendake pour tenir cette rencontre-là. Je pense que c'est un endroit de choix. On aime accueillir nos frères et sœurs. Donc, je pense que vous allez avoir un séjour remarquable ici à l'Hôtel-Musée des Premières Nations. Je voudrais aussi faire quelques invitations en terminant. Ceux qui vont prolonger leur séjour, on a quelques attraits touristiques de soir, entre autres le Lumina, Foresta Lumina, que vous pouvez aller visiter, qui est fantastique, qui parle de l'histoire de la nation Huron-Wendat, mais aussi l'événement Coué, qui aura son lancement cette semaine, le 14 juin, du 14 au 16 juin, ici à Québec, événement qui rassemble les 11 nations du Québec et qui est un endroit de partage, de connaissances, de discussion sur lequel je vous invite à aller participer pour ceux qui prolongeront leur séjour ici dans la région de Québec. Donc, en terminant, je veux souhaiter des belles discussions, des bonnes discussions et souhaiter à tout le monde un bon séjour ici à Wendake. Tiawang de votre présence.
Ghislain? All right, Regional Chief Ghislain Picard.
Thank you very much, Corey. Kweets gidet non otemechek sbuharat no. Chima maldagwahnyegute wejiat nilan mildenan imobistuyat mak zichi imwat mak chevanim stagwahwat mak yabetet. I want to second Chief Grand Chief Vincent. The couches are very comfortable. Thank you very much again for the invite to be part of this opening. Qui comprend le français? Hey, bravo, c'est un bon nom, bonne moyenne. J'aimerais d'abord remercier notre sœur Andisha pour l'invocation de ce matin qui met la table pour cette rencontre de 2 jours là, qui s'avère extrêmement importante. Et je veux évidemment saluer la Nation haute et son grand chef Rémi Vincent qui nous reçoivent, qui vous reçoivent cette semaine dans ce magnifique bâtiment qui remonte, je pense, à 2008. 2008 et l'hôtel avait été inauguré en marge des célébrations du 400e de la ville de Québec. Donc, beaucoup d'histoires qui nous interpellent aujourd'hui. Yesterday, the Prime Minister of this country and the Premier of this province met, and one of the meetings that really catch attention, at least in this province. And the main topic of discussion was immigration. And I don't read newspapers much. I don't watch TV much. I think I haven't turned on a television in any hotel room for the past 2-3 years. I listen to radio, and because in part that's my trade. And every single news piece this morning, every single interview was about that meeting yesterday between Legault and Trudeau. Hey, they rhyme. And I said to myself, because I guess the issue was, how to limit, the rate of immigration in this province, and who's responsible for it, and who's going to pay for it. And I said to myself this morning, do these people realize that they're all product of immigration? If it wasn't for generous policies a few hundred years ago, Quebec wouldn't be an issue or a subject to discuss today. Nevertheless, the province of Quebec has been talking about creating yet a new museum that would speak about Quebec's history as a nation, without any mention of the contribution of Indigenous peoples. If it wasn't for our peoples, Quebec wouldn't be a story. And I think that's a very important reminder of the kind of challenges that we face, and not really to target the province of Quebec, but to me, when speaking about Indigenous laws, it's not so much an issue for us. And I think when looking back to the last 20, 30, 40 years, this issue came to be because of our resilience and the fact that we believed in it and strongly. And it is contained in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, clearly stated. But yet, in terms of how we apply them, I think this is where we face a very, very strong challenge. And I don't know if I'm alone, but it's been a while that I've heard that the most important relationship in Canada is the relationship with Indigenous peoples. I haven't heard it for quite some time, and that's disturbing and very concerning. And to me, when I observe this, I go back many years ago, and with this unfinished business on the Canadian Constitution, and going back to that period of time, which was really, a defining moment for all of us. I go back to it and trying to understand the failure of that process. I'm no scholar, I'm no legal expert, I'm no constitutional expert, but I observe a lot. And when I go back to that time and trying to understand that failure, the one moment that comes back to me is, well, I would say it's probably somewhat ironic, because the only one of the few people that had it right at the time was the premier of the province that was not part of the Constitution, stating that, if I understand it, the problem is one of lands and powers. And to me, this is where I guess our most important challenge lies. How do we make sure that governments provide themselves with the proper means to apply Indigenous laws? And and that's where I somewhat equal this process of specific claims. We don't have a regional mandate on specific claims. That belongs to the communities and our Indigenous governments. But yet we listen and we observe, and we certainly have an opinion on it. And I, as a matter of fact, I was just speaking this morning with a colleague of mine, a former colleague, and he was really bringing up an issue concerning his community, and still dealing with a file that dates back to the late 70s. And I think one thing that we can all agree on is how slow this process is. So I think there's certainly a very good reason to meet. But at the same time, I think we got to find a way to elevate the notion of Indigenous governments, because I don't believe we're there yet. And I look back, I took part in 2 federal, provincial, and territorial meetings in the last 8 months, one on justice and public safety, and another one on transport. And we're not at that table. We're just part of a recess as Indigenous governments. And I think that's, when speaking about, what conditions Indigenous laws, I think that's one piece and one reason that explains it. I've made my point known to Minister Rodriguez at the federal level, and it's like the guy's looking at me, but he's not listening to me. So to me, it's as much a responsibility for Canada as it is for provinces. And this province here is, last week, we just issued a report card on the closing of the last legislative session. And Quebec ends up with a big E, échec, or failure in French. And they have so much to do in terms of raising their profile as a government partnering and cooperating with us. And to me, this is something that certainly impacts this issue of specific claims. And I think we have to find a way to also hit on the right target. Speaking about land tenure, our land tenure is challenged by their own notion of land tenure in this province. And it must be the same right across the country. And to me, this is part of our responsibility as a regional entity or body, as AFNQL, to, raise the importance of these, what I would call conditions. So I just want to thank the Assembly of First Nations for agreeing to host this very second important gathering on specific claims. And I hope, I know you'll have a good stay here and for the next 2 days. And we're happy to be hosting the AGA 2024 in Jojage, otherwise known as Montreal. So we will have an opportunity to welcome you again in this part of the world. And so I hope you have a very fruitful discussion today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll just, everybody's favorite part, getting the housekeeping items over. Thank you, Regional Chief. Thank you, Grand Chief, for your words. I think you both expressed concerns that all of us have with this process and a lot of the challenges that we have in these types of dealings with government. So the meeting space, just in case you haven't found out already, the washrooms are just around the corner this way. So on the other side of this wall, there is an all-gendered washroom located at the bottom on the main floor, right near the front desk. There's an elevator, which is to the right around, though I did notice there's an elevator, but there's actually 4 sets of stairs. So I think that's a bit of a concern in terms of the purpose of elevators. But if anybody needs any help or support, then let us know. There is smudging that will be available in a quiet place in a room around the corner as well that has a sign that you can find. Technically, this is also a hybrid meeting. How many are on there now? 70 people are online. We expect to have some more people, though we were thinking earlier that if they're from British Columbia, they'll probably need another more hour or 2 to sleep, to wake up. So a hybrid meeting. And those of you that are on hybrid, note that there are 3 ambassadors of AFN staff, Brandon, Andrea, and Magina. And if you have any questions, you can ask them. I don't know where to look for the people. Oh, there's the camera over there. Hi, people online. If you need any help or support, you can look online and look in the chat. There'll be people there monitoring the chat as well as helping and answering any questions. And those of you that are online, if you have questions, raise your hand. The team will also let me know, and the questions will come up to me, and we will do our best to make sure that you're involved in the session. Photos and videos will be taken and be shared on social media. So if anybody has any concerns about that, then also raise your hand or go to the front desk and let the AFN staff know that you aren't comfortable if that's the case. And then you'll see already there's already been some French. And if you're not fluent in French, please make sure you have a headset. We will be having 2 people do their entire presentation in French. And I think it's really important that we all hear every word that's said at the conference. So please make sure you have your headset, and then at the end of the day that you return your headset to the staff at the back. So please do that. I know sometimes people like to maybe take a break or not do that, but the 2 people that will be doing their entire presentation in French, so out of respect, please get that. Oh, there is an accessible elevator, so people can ask the registration desk to assist. Perfect, thank you. For those online as well, there is live translation option in Zoom, so that when it's in French, you will see the closed captioning in English. And sorry, there's no French translation from English presentations to French online. The documents, you've all been provided the documents. They were at the front desk or they were in your bag. And you have the holding space document, which provides a brief overview of the first gathering and the goals of the second gathering, which we'll talk about in a minute. And it also includes several questions. And so these are questions to consider throughout today and throughout tomorrow as well. And you can also, the QR code on the slide, there will be a slide that has a QR code. But you can look in your bags as well. And if you need help accessing any of the documents or the QR code, then let the staff know. And those of you in the room, most of you probably received the hard copies of the documents. So also for those of us that are here in the room, how many of you, it's your first time to this space? This beautiful, amazing space. It's really incredible. I have been fortunate enough to be here many times, and it's a wonderful place to walk around not only this space, but also to walk a little bit into the town. It's really, really beautiful. There's all kinds of history here. So please make sure you take the time to walk around. But also there's 2 specific places, the Longhouse and then there's the museum. The Longhouse is open today, so you're welcome to go on the lunch break and whatnot and go and visit the Longhouse. The museum is open tomorrow. And if you want to go into there, then you can check with the AFN staff. And the museum is just connected to the down, like 1 more floor down, and you just walk across. So you can get a ticket from the AFN staff, and they're really beautiful, really amazing to see. And if you don't know, there's a river just along there as well. So really nice to explore this facility. So please do that. And if you have any questions or concerns, you can ask myself, ask Jody or Aaron. He was in the back, but really any AFN staff will be happy to help and we'll find the answers for you. All AFN staff have yellow lanyards. So again, if you have any questions, let any of us know. But we will get to now Nashade Hani. Can't see Eric. Is he going to show up? It's weird. Here's behind me. Eric. Eric, Chief Eric Morris is from the Teslin Tlingit Council. And yeah, woohoo, we've got a member of the nation here. And Eric, I'm sure many of you are familiar with Eric. He's fantastic. He's a wonderful man. He was unable to make it in person. And they're going to try to get him up on. Oh, there he is. Hi, Eric. Do you want to go? You want to start? Good to see you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jody, or Corey, sorry.
Whatever.
Not whatever. Just wanted to thank Corey for her help this morning and opening us up and just getting us aligned for our work. And Corey is as you all know, is a lawyer and an educator. And one thing that I remember her once saying was that when people know better, they do better. And I think this is much about all of that, and in terms of looking at the direction that we would like to work to create. Also wanted to give thanks to Knowledge Keeper and Elder Diane for her opening and her smudging this morning and helping to raise us up in a good way, and also to Ersan and George for their dancing and just helping to bring that joy to our hearts. My name is Eric Morse. As mentioned, I am the Nashadahani for Tezanclica Council. I am also known as Chief. I belong to the Daklawedi clan of one of our clans in our government, which is the Eagle clan. And I'm very happy to provide you with just some opening remarks this morning. Would also like to acknowledge and thank that we are gathered on the traditional territory for the Huron-Wendat Nation. Would also like to congratulate the Huron-Wendat Nation on the recent resolution of their Rockmount Reserve specific claim. The resolution of specific claims is essential to the reconciliation and enables First Nations to pursue opportunities for social and economic development and economic independence. And I think that's very critical to all of us. And while it's essential, it is essential that specific claims be resolved quickly and efficiently. It's equally important that the resolution process be fair to First Nations. As mentioned earlier, just by the Grand Chief, and just acknowledging Regional Chief Picard and Grand Chief, just their comments. Some of these times, these processes do take a while and really are sometimes challenging and really hold back a lot of the work that we intend to do outside of all of this. So I think it's important that we also acknowledge that part of it. And far too long, the Canadian legal processes have excluded First Nation laws. And to be truly fair, the specific claims process must recognize the laws of participating First Nations. And this is Indigenous Law Gathering is an opportunity for us to share perspectives on the recognition of our laws and learn from each other. As I mentioned earlier, one of the thinking behind all of what is being done today is as Corey mentioned some time ago, when we know better, we do better, and I think that's really lends a lot to that statement. The recognition of Indigenous laws is crucial part of the AFN and Canada's ongoing work to transform the specific claims process. And currently, despite being the defendant to the claims, Canada reserves for itself the ability to review claims for validity based on its own legal advice. This is a significant conflict of interest. And for generations, our First Nations have called for the elimination of Canada's conflict of interest and the establishment of a fair and transparent and fully independent resolution process. In 2022, the Government of Canada formally committed to working with the Assembly of First Nations to jointly develop a proposal for the creation of an independent centre for the resolution of specific claims. The establishment of an independent centre would address Canada's conflict of interest and provide First Nations with a less adversarial path to resolve their claims. The United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples makes it clear that Canada must work with First Nations to establish a fair and independent, impartial, open, and transparent process that recognizes First Nation laws, traditions, customs, and land tenure systems. The shared commitment to establish the independent center advances the promise of the Yukon, or the United Nations Declaration, which is related to UNDRIP and Article 27. A crucial component of the independent center will be its recognition of Indigenous laws To guide this work, the Assembly of First Nations established the Assembly of First Nations Council of Experts on Indigenous Laws in 2023. And the Council of Experts on Indigenous Laws includes several prominent Indigenous legal experts from across our country and continues to play a key role in advising the Assembly of First Nations Canada Specific Claims Working Group. And to advance the recognition of Indigenous laws in the specific claims process, the Assembly of First Nations held a gathering last year, June 13th, 2023, on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh Nation in Vancouver, British Columbia. And last year, the one-day gathering brought together local knowledge keepers, leadership, community members, technicians, and federal officials to discuss the recognition of Indigenous laws in the specific claims process. And the gathering identifies several teachings and principles, including one, the need to maintain flexibility in recognizing Indigenous protocols, practices, ceremonies, and forms of evidence that have been historically excluded from the legal process. Two, respect for the diversity of Indigenous laws, legal orders, and systems of land tenure. Three, the recognition of Indigenous laws throughout all aspects of claims resolution, including procedural and substantive elements of the process. Four, the protocols and ceremonies of participating First Nations must be honored and recognized, recognizing the centrality of the ceremony in the resolution of disputes. Five, the recognition of Indigenous laws and specific claims process will help repair and strengthen the relationship between the Crown and First Nations and facilitate addressing past wrongs. Six, the First Nations must be provided with adequate and appropriate resources to support the restoration of their laws and the articulation of the laws in the claims resolution. As also mentioned earlier, the need to be able to have the resources to be able to do this work is going to be critical. And as we continue our efforts and work to design a less adversarial process to address specific claims through an independent center, this gathering provides us with a further opportunity to discuss what we have learned and to share new perspectives. We are grateful to the knowledge keepers, the thought leaders, members of the Council of Experts in Indigenous Laws, First Nations leadership, AFN, our Assembly of First Nation Councils, our community members, our technicians who have joined us to engage in these important discussions. We wanted to thank you all for being here on this traditional territory. Give thanks to the ancestors of these lands for their presence amongst us this morning, and ask them for their continued guidance to continue to be with us as we go through the work that we have before us. And we look forward to the sharing over the next day and a half together as we discuss the recognition of our laws. Last year when it was one of the things I think was pointed out early on in the gathering, which was the first of its kind, it was only for a day. And as you will note, that this one here is for a day and a half, and at some point, possibly a 3-day event will most likely unfold before us. So it gives us more time to interact and to share some of the work that we are doing within our nations. And I look forward to our gathering and wish you all well over the next hours ahead of us. And many thanks to Corey for helping us lead us through this important work.
Thank you to hear. Thank you for your words. And I'll just make a comment in case you haven't realized. Jody Wilson-Raybould is my sister. Yes, and it happens to me all the time. It's not offensive. It doesn't bother me. Our entire life, we've looked exactly the same. So I answer to both names. Always have. Always will. And the funny thing is one time I was in Costa Rica, of all places, without my sister, and there's no way anybody that was there knew I had a sister named Jody. But the person I had, even though I introduced myself, then afterwards called me Jody. I don't know how that happened. So anyways, no worries at all. So thank you for that, Eric. And so just a couple of things. And Eric, the principles or the guides that came from last year's session are on this piece of paper. They're not numbered, but the beginning, oh, here's a page 1 starting down here. So the principles that he mentioned that came out of the session from this time last year are there as well. And then the hope that we have for this session. And I think the biggest thing that I remember from last year is just as simply that, is that we know what needs to happen. We know what we need to do to move this forward. We know our culture, we know our practices, we know our values, we know where we want to go. We know what we need to do to move this forward. Not everybody listens to what we need to do, but this is also an exercise in building a relationship that truly is one that works together, one that moves this issue forward. The reality is and I do say this a lot, is that when people know better, they do better. But the fact is strong, independent, good governing Indigenous nations will make a strong, independent, good governing country and province and municipality. There's no question that when Indigenous nations govern well, we simply do well. We do significantly better. And with the statistics the way they are today, I also chair the BC First Nations Justice Council, a work that I'm very passionate about, but it's really exhausting because, as you know, the statistics in justice are absolutely horrendous, as they are in really any socioeconomic indicator. But we know that nations that govern well will help their members govern well and help their members have self-determination and help all of us move forward. So I think we have to always remember the whole perspective, the whole what we're trying to do. We are trying to settle specific claims, but settling specific claims means something significantly greater to Indigenous nations, and the effect and the outcome will also have ramifications and ripple effects across the rest of this country. Oh, the QR code is now up. There you go. So if you want to see some of the documents, you can use the QR code. So our next presentation, we're going to have Mi'kmaq Hereditary Chief Stephen Augustine will come up and give a keynote presentation.
The words up there, can you hear me? Yes? Okay. The words up there, Mi'kmaq Ulnawale, Geb Me Dead, Geb Megal. It's like the indigenous Mi'kmaq things that are very sacred to us. It's very important in terms of indigenous laws. Like indigenous, and I put in brackets the word laws, are not like common law or droit civil. These so-called laws, our laws, were not enforced by anyone. We did not have jails, prisons, police, prosecutors, lawyers, or judges. Families and clans were responsible for our security and survival. Spirituality and the influences of sacred entities were vital in negotiating for our survival. We were mindful that the giver of life, Gizulk, Niskam, grandfather, son, and our Mother Earth were all keeping an eye on us. We were mindful of the possible consequences, like, for example, snowstorms, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, landslides, and other catastrophes, and even death we could face if we did not follow along with our families. No individual was singled out to be blamed for any wrongdoing. To correct situations of misbehavior, the spiritual elders will call our families together and perform ceremony as a response to the wrong done by somebody in our group. No individual was ever called out and told, you did something wrong. The correction is done by the collective, for the collective. Life goes on. This is how we negotiated for our survival in our life, and what we call nedugalink. Another aspect of Indigenous law is silence. Silence, the unspoken law, facial expressions, the eyes, the mouth. Just the presence of an elder were elements of a social and political surveillance. The notion that we are being watched, our moral conduct, the principles of our actions, ethics and protocols, they're very important for Gokwajadan, meaning to put everything back into its proper place. Particularly, there are peculiarities, like somebody who today's words would appear stupid. For our society, we gather around this individual and help and guide and protect and take care of this individual. We didn't shun them and put them away and put them aside. What stood out also was intelligence. Everybody was intelligent in our culture and society. It was normal. It was something that everybody took for granted. So next slide. This is an image of the first class that Dr. John Burroughs taught in Indigenous laws at University of Victoria. And he invited me to lecture, and I presented the Mi'kmaq creation story in the class because I termed it as a foundational, almost, and I use this in brackets, canon law in our culture. Some Indigenous scholars, legal scholars, would call it rooted constitutionalism, our creation stories all across our nations. Yes, this was at University of Victoria, the first year law, Indigenous Law School with Dr. John Burroughs. In the afternoon, we had the second year non-Indigenous Law School class. This is an image that was shared with me by the artist that worked with Harold Cardinal, who's passed on. And Harold and I got together a year before he passed away. There's a picture of us together with his books, The Unjust Society. And the next one, I can't read it from where I am. I'll have to look up. The rebirth of Canada's Indians. We were called Indians back then. Seems a while ago. And then when he last visited me in Ottawa, he was presenting at St. Paul's University. He made a presentation there about his writing, his research, his books. And he came to my place. I was living in Rupert, Quebec, and I had a place to build a sweat lodge, and we worked together. He and I built this sweat lodge. So we put this place up, a very sacred ceremonial place for our meeting. And so it was all about the Mi'kmaq creation story. Because for me, the Mi'kmaq creation story was the embodiment of our culture and our survival, our language, and everything about us as Indigenous peoples, coming from the east coast of Canada. And so there are 7 levels of creation that I want to speak about. And there are 7 levels of creation, and I want to skip over to the next. The next PowerPoint. Yes, there it is. There it is. So the Mi'kmaq creation story is kind of comes into play with 7 levels of creation. The giver of life, we call Gizulk. You have been made, you have been created. There is somebody responsible for making everything that's here, where we are, creating us, our world, the stars, the moons, the sun, everything else. And then the second level of creation is the sun. Naguset, in Mi'kmaq, in ordinary terms, Nagewaset. Nagwe means during the day, and it shines during the day and swings across the sky. So Naguset, but we call it Niskam. Niskam, it comes down on us. Niskamij is my grandfather. And it gives us our shadows. And we turn around and we see our shadows following us everywhere. And our elders teach us that grandfather's sun shines on us so we can see our ancestors that have passed on into the spirit world, following us everywhere we go. We are not alone. Grandfather's sun puts spirit into our bodies and our souls. It gives us our lungs, our breathing apparatuses, gamulamin, and our heart, which pumps blood, gamulamun. And these are the elements that connect us, our feet, to our shadows. We are carrying the blood of all of our ancestors in us, and we carry their spirits with us every day as far as the grandfather's sun shines upon us. And so we are grateful that grandfather's sun put spirit into us, giver of life, created life. Grandfather's sun put spirit into life. And we are connected to our ancestors, to our Mother Earth, which is the 3rd level of creation. Ukijinu, ma'amigeo, uskijinu, usitkamu. It's like Weskit means standing on top of something. Weskich pugui, uskijinu, usitkamu is like it's something upon which we all stand erect upon our mother, uskijinu. And the word uskijinu means the people that peeled themselves off Mother Earth. Uskijinu, weskiji ulnu. So the word inu and ulnu and skijin and ulnapi and Illinois, ulnua, they're all remnants of our word, the people of the land that peeled themselves off Mother Earth. We are elements of Mother Earth. So, and Mother Earth provide us with all the birds, plants, animals, and fish. The earth, the wind, the fire, water, and all those elements we bring together to get our sustenance. We're able to obtain our food, our medicines, our clothing, our shelters, our tools of survival. Notice I didn't say weapons. I said tools of survival. And how we travel about on the land, on the ice, on the snow, on the waters. So Mother Earth provided us with all of those elements so that we can survive. So one gives life, grandfather, son puts spirit into our lives, and Mother Earth sustains our lives. And that is about the basic form of law that we can understand in our connection and our relationship with our mother, the earth. So one day, all the forces of creation caused a lightning to happen. Clouds formed on top of the earth, and rain, the heat and the cold mixed together. They created thunder. Gachtugo. It hit the earth. And when it hit the earth, it created the shape of a human being with its arms outstretched. Its head was in the direction of the rising sun. Its feet were in the direction of the setting sun. One arm to the north and one arm to the south. Southpaw, left-handers. So it was the creation of the first human being, Geluluskub. But he was stuck on Mother Earth. He had to observe like a baby is stuck on a cradle board on the back of its mother, learning wherever the mother went, seeing how fire is made, that the knife is hot or sharp, the fire is hot, and seeing how things were done. It's like a cradle board education. And that's how Glooscap learned in the first year of his creation. It wasn't until the second year, the passing of the thunder spirits again hit the same spot where he laid, but this time he was given his fingers, his toes, 7 sacred elements in his head, 2 ears to listen from the goodness of his heart, 2 eyes to see, to observe from the goodness of his heart, 2 holes in his nose to sense his place and his people around him from the goodness of his heart. And lastly, his mouth, the 7th, was so important. It was the sacred breath of life, the words that came out, the water that it took in, the medicines that it shared with everybody. And so our elders teach us it is this element, these 7 sacred elements, that teach us that we have to be observant of people around us, to respect dignity, honor, and everything else about other individuals around us, that we treat them the way we want to be treated. And so that these are the elements of the creation story that the elders talk about. It used to take 7 days to tell the whole story, but I only have 30 minutes, so let's get on with it. The third level, 4th level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sorry. The 5th level is the creation after Glooscap was given his life. The 3rd bolt of lightning, he raised himself up. He was free from Mother Earth. So that's why I say we belong to the land. The land doesn't belong to us. And it's because the foundations of our creation stories usually indicate to Indigenous peoples, this is where you come from. And this is the relationship that you have with all the elements of Mother Earth. You don't own them and you don't control them. We are all part of a meaningful, balanced environment and entity. So Glooscap was able to get up and discover his world around him. He traveled west, he traveled south, back north, and back to where he was given his creation. Somewhere around here, they say. It was surrounded by 7 mountains. And this individual was given his creation. And he stood up and he discovered his world. And when he came back, there was an old woman. He was visited by an eagle. And the eagle landed in front of him and told him that he was going to be greeted by his family to help him understand his place in this world. And so when he turned around, the eagle had flown back up and a feather fell. And I forgot to bring my eagle feather. Sorry. So the eagle dropped a feather and Glooscap picked it up before it hit the earth. And when he picked it up, he just felt an energy kind of stream through his body, and he looked up and, oh, giver of life, Niskamijnagu sedewin welali chitandeli ganuin chija amijam. Ang kijinen maamiga welali agu chitandeli iganamuyag nimajua an tandol siawidadesnen. So that's going to be on the exam. Make sure you answer those questions. So Glooskap was given all the elements of creation that he needed. And so when he turned around with his eagle feather, he saw an old lady sitting on a rock, white hair, she was glistening. And he went up to her and said, "Who are you? Wendake Gil?" She said, "I'm your grandmother. The giver of life, grandfather, son, and mother earth gave me a life out of this rock. Early in the morning, dew formed over this rock. And with their help, they created me as an old woman, already wise and knowledgeable. I can tell you everything there is about surviving. I can tell you about the seasons of the year, the winds, the sun, the moon, the oceans, the tides, the characteristics and behavior of fish, animals, plants, and birds. And this way, you will enable you to survive on Mother Earth." So Glooskap was happy his grandmother came into the world as a wisdom and knowledge keeper, and he had so much respect for her. There was a little animal running along, a bistanuj, a little marten, and he asked him, "Chiganam, my brother, my younger brother," he says, "Come here, I want to ask you a favor." And little animal came and said, "What do you want, my brother?" He says, "I want to take your life so grandmother and I can live. We need you, we need your skin, we need your meat, we need your bones, your internal organs, and everything for our food and our clothing, our medicine, our tools of survival, and so on and so forth. You can provide that for us." And Glooskap gave him some tobacco, like I was given tobacco earlier. And so I cannot say, no, I don't want to go up there. I'm scared. I might make mistakes. But I was given tobacco. Glooskap gave tobacco to Abistanuj, and that was locked Abistanuj into this agreement, a covenant, a relationship, and said, "Okay, take my life. I give it to you." Grandmother picked up the little animal and snapped his neck. Well, I'm missing a lot of my graphics here. They're supposed to help me tell my story. Eagle feather, beagle. That's really actually my grandmother. She lived to be 100 years old. She was born in 1898 and she died in 1998, a week before I defended my thesis. But they allowed me to defend my thesis and they postponed her funeral for another week. I successfully defended. Grandmother comes from a rock. This is Abistanuj, the marten that offered him his life so that Glooskap and grandmother can continue to live. And so before things moved along, Glooskap was told by his grandmother, "Gather the sparks left over from the bolts of lightning that caused your creation," because those sparks flew out and they made a really nice circle around where Glooskap peeled himself from the earth. So Glooskap gathered those elements of the sparks and put them together. Grandmother told him, bring 7 of those sparks together and bring 7 pieces of wood together and build a wigwam over those sparks. And then invite our cousin Whirlwind, Wujosen, to come and visit. And Whirlwind came, swished around, and caused the fire to ignite. And this is what we call the Great Spirit Fire, Chibukto, or the Great Fire. Once that was done, Glooskap and his grandmother had a feast of meat to celebrate grandmother's arrival to the world. And then one day, Glooskap decided to go down to the shore. And as he was walking along the shore, he saw this young man. He stood up from the sweet-smelling grass, and he said, "Who are you? Wendake Gil Dami Wejian?" And he said, "I'm your nephew. I come from the ocean. When Whirlwind passed by, he caused the waters to roil up, and the foam on top of the water was blown ashore, and it rolled along, picked up all these elements of Mother Earth, and then rested on this sweet-smelling grass. and with the help of the giver of life, grandfather, son, and Mother Earth, gave me a body of a young man. I am strong. I have come with vision and strength. I am the backbone of our peoples. And Glooscap was happy that this young man, he's come with strength and vision for the future. He was told that the young man was looking from the spirits of our ancestors. Like every time a young person is born, they're looking at us like our grandfathers or great-grandfathers. Those little children are looking at us. And for Glooscap, he was happy that the young man came into existence because he said, well, now, he says, we have to live accordingly because we have to leave a legacy of survival for those young people. They will be the leaders in the future. They are the backbones of our nation. So it's important for them to have a good life. And so that's the foam that was blown ashore and then rested on this sweet-smelling grass, sweet grass. And so the young man, Glooscap, was happy that the young man came into the world. He asked the young man to go to the ocean and bring the fish. And Glooscap apologized to the giver of life, grandfather, son, and Mother Earth, and said, I'm taking the life of the fish. He also entered into a relationship with a fish that they would be here forever. And he brought the fish, and they had a meal of fish to celebrate the young man's arrival to the earth. And so they lived together. And finally, one day, Glooscap was sitting by the fire, and a woman comes and sits beside him and says, are you cold, my son? He looked at her and said, who are you? Where did you come from? She said, I was a leaf on a tree that fell to the ground, and with the help of the giver of life, grandfather, son, and Mother Earth, gave me a life of a woman. I am your mother. She said, I'm here to help you into life. My waters will be bringing you into life. My love will take care of you. I will feed you and I will dress you. And I will teach you to get along with your brothers and sisters, to love one another and to look after each other and to rely on each other. And so the mother came into being. Glooscap asked his nephew to go and gather the foods from the plants. And they brought them together and they had a big vegetarian feast to celebrate the mother's arrival to the earth. And so the story goes on because she came from a leaf of a plant and a tree. Glooscap was visited by the eagle once again. And the eagle told him that what happened was when the sparks flew out and they brought them back in, and Glooscap's grandmother and him had to leave, he had to leave his nephew and his mother to look after the fire, because out of the fire, 7 sparks flew out. The first 7 sparks were women. And the second set of sparks, 7 of them, were men. And together they formed 7 original families, Mi'kmaq being one of them, the Abenaki being the other, the Innu, the Ojibwe, the Cree, the Blackfoot, all the Algonquian-speaking nations were formulated from this original fire. And Glooscap told his mother that after the passing of 7 winters, you come back to the area of the original fire and you bring your sparks together and you rekindle that fire. You reignite that fire with those sparks that were separated from the original fire. Join the meeting. Bringing them back. And the gatherings that we had here, somewhere around here, could be Ghislaine's home. That's where we gathered, and the 7 leaders of the 7 original families gathered together. And in order to honor the existence of the leaders that was represented by the fire, the giver of life, grandfather, son, Mother Earth, and Glooscap was represented by the fire itself. And then the sweat lodge, Anigom, was represented by grandmother who owed her existence from the rock on the ground. So they bring 7 rocks together to represent the 7 original families. And they bring them inside, and the 7 original leaders of those 7 first families, they are sitting inside of the sweat lodge, inside, in a circle, with the lodge keeper calling out and saying, bring in those 7 rocks. 7 rocks representing giver of life, grandfather, son, mother, earth, Glooscap, grandmother, nephew, and mother. 7 rocks. And they bring them in, they smudge them, they bless them, and then with a sprig of cedar, with water from the ocean, salt water, with some elements of pine and spruce and cedar inside the water, and they sprinkle it over. They sprinkle it over the rocks, and so it causes steam, and they cover the sweat lodge with 7 skins of animals: bear, moose, deer, caribou, wolves, etc. And this is a modern version of a sweat lodge, the one that Harold Cardinal and I built. And we covered it with moving blankets, plastic tarpaulin. This is a modern version of what a sweat lodge would have looked like, covered with skins of animals, so on. These are the rocks that are used. 7 rocks times 4, 28 rocks. And some elders use 49 rocks, 7 times 7. And so we use 7 rounds rather than 4 rounds. The 4 rounds in a sweat lodge make a reference to the 4 sacred directions. The 7 rounds that I did in Alberta many years ago, in 1991, we did 7 rounds with the 49 rocks, and it was hot. These, in order not to forget the significance and the meaning of like the sweat lodge is almost like the womb of our Mother Earth. We go back and we crawl into the womb of our mother, and we're in there singing, praying, getting hot. And 4 rounds, each round devoted first to the east, the leadership, the south to the grandmothers, wisdom, knowledge keepers, the west to the young people, the strength and backbone of our nation, the north, our mothers who are teaching us love, rely on each other, take care of one another. And so there's 4 rounds altogether in the sweat lodge. But the 7 rounds were for Mother Earth, grandfather, son, and giver of life. We did those on Treaty 6 territory, and I'm forgetting Frog Lake. That's where we did the ceremony. And not to forget the significance and the meaning of the young man, Nedawansam, who came from the sweetgrass. We gather the sweetgrass, the hair of our Mother Earth, and we give it respect and honor, just like we would our own hair. And we braid it, and we light it, and we use it to smudge our sacred elements: 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nose, a mouth, our heart, the rest of our body, our arms and our legs and our back. And that's the significance and the meaning of doing smudge. Some people use cedar, sage, buffalo sage, mountain sage, white mountain sage, so on and so forth to do smudging. And the significance of all that smoke is our words are embedded in that smoke. And we pass the words up to the giver of life, grandfather, son, Mother Earth, to the east, to our leaders, to the south, our grandmothers, to the west, to our young people, and to the north, our mothers. Tobacco is another representative of our mother. She comes from a leaf of a plant. And it's part of our traditional ceremonies. And the last and the most important element is the pipe, sacred pipe. Because the rock comes from the grandmother. The stem comes from the mother, from a tree. The tobacco we put inside is the leaves of a plant, comes from our mother. And so the tobacco and the sacred pipe ceremony, this is a Mi'kmaq pipe. Actually, it was a pipe that belonged to my great-great-grandfather. And it ended up in a museum in Belfast, Northern Ireland. There's another one still there. This one is at the Canadian Museum of History. And the pipe ceremony kind of involves bringing together the spirits of our women. We come from a matrilineal society. It's grandmother, the stone, and the mother, the stem. The tobacco is the mother. And we light it up with the sweetgrass that represents the young man, the wansum. And so for myself, the elements of law, Indigenous law, I've been reading, I think, a pile of books about this high ever since I was asked to come and give a presentation about Indigenous laws. And I was struggling trying to interface what we call common law and droit civil. And those notions of plurality, legal pluralism, hybridity of laws, rooted constitutionalism, which was an element that Aaron Mills and John Burroughs wrote a lot about, and McGill University published a journal called Rooted. And in there, they argued and talked about the indigenous creation stories, the sacredness of the ceremonies that we do, that are integral to part of what we do as what we would call law. Indigenous constitutionalism, not the big C Canadian Constitution 1982, but Indigenous constitutionalism with a small c, meaning the foundations of our laws are based in all of our different creation stories, 52 languages across Canada, and each of us have our own versions of creation. It's an ongoing, it's a living entity, it's alive, and we have to live with it and move with it and adapt with society and culture and so on and so forth. And this is the reality, is the diversity that we have and the respect that we have for other cultures. And in identifying the relatedness, the rootedness to the land and the geography, like what us Indigenous people wrapped ourselves with our Mother Earth around us. We wore the furs of the animals that are living around us. We wore the feathers. We wore the skins of animals. And we had elements of Mother Earth. We ate our medicines. And so the foundation of our cultures is linked to our spiritual ceremonies in order for us to negotiate for our survival and our existence in Canada. And even today, as Ghislain was mentioning in his speech, welcoming speech, we've been here, we haven't changed, we haven't moved, we're still here, grounded in our territories. And why don't you move with us for once? And I think the idea of Indigenous laws within the framework of specific claims is something that we need to open up in that way, is to incorporate Indigenous creation stories. They could be the model, the principle, the principles of it. We don't have to go back to the land for 400 years. We're here today. We have to survive today. We have to adapt and change. And whatever is we're dealing with on the other side, I think they have to adapt and change as well. Change with us. And I was speaking with the Dalai Lama. I was with William Commanda many years ago when the Dalai Lama came to Ottawa, Toronto. And he put his hands like this. He said, you know, Indigenous peoples of North America, they have the humanity that holds the world together. And I thought that was such a meaningful recognition of our Indigenous cultures here in North America and in Canada. And I think that's what we have to do And one last, in closing, what I would like to recommend and propose as a solution for us in Canada would be to develop a commission, an Indigenous Laws Commission that will operate and deal with Indigenous perspectives of law, but also work collaboratively. Like this would be two elements of law in Canada, but this commission would be sort of like the meeting place where we come together to speak, to share, to negotiate our future together as peaceful brothers and sisters of this big family of what we call humanity. Well, Alio, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think that was very powerful and a really great way to start the session, and really appreciate you and hold my hands up to you for all of the work that you've done, not only just today in sharing it, but your lengthy history. And I just noticed you got Order of Canada as well. Yes. And I know you have some honorary doctorates too. So really appreciate the knowledge and the tradition and the language. Walalan. I love your territory as well. I spend lots of time in Listigouche. So I really thank you for that. And I think it's evidence of that we as Indigenous people have an understanding of the places and spaces that we occupy. We have an understanding of the interconnectedness of the world. We have an understanding of the interconnections between generations as well, and that we're always surrounded and always followed by those that went before. And our goals and our mission are to make that what's better for those that are going to come better, and recognizing and respecting the what people did before us, and making sure that we will go forward in a way that is stays in that balance and recognizes and respects those 7 elements that you mentioned as well. And I always wondered why there was a huge statue of a man in Glooscap First Nation. Now I understand. So I admired it, but I wasn't quite sure why it was there. But now I've got that story. So thank you for that. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break if we can come back, 10 minutes. And then please make sure you have your headphones, because the next session will be in French, and it's going to be a good one as well. And it'll ground us into this territory. So this next session will be grounding us in the location that we're in. It's the regional perspectives. Oh, maybe somebody can close the doors, maybe. That was a long 10 minutes, people. But we've sat here for quite a while, I understand. So the next 2 people coming up are experts in law and from Quebec. And it's really important, of course, to ground ourselves in the territory that we're on. And they're going to share with us their traditional laws and their understandings and the work that they've done. And we're going to start with Eva Ottawa. Eva is a TECMEC researcher from Manawa, Quebec, and an assistant professor in civil law at the Faculty of Law at the University of Ottawa. She holds a bachelor's degree in law from Laval University and is currently completing her master's thesis at the University of Ottawa on customary practices and standards regarding the movement and care of children among the Ekdekmek from Manawa. And I think your thesis could probably fill Stephen Augustine's suggestion of creating a resource place, a commission on Indigenous laws. So please welcome Eva.
Kwek skinaag mishtaram kad non mishtamretan da chikan eva tawan dijni kazon nengwe kimirwan kazi kantazwan dogna chikiriga wudak abuaganak ka kimir de kwasses kumkwe mahekan dudem dudwin ya ma taubiak danis kiriga ma tok nijok nusimak kwek bonjour à toutes et à tous. Mon nom, c'est Eva Ottawa. C'est mon nom de baptême. J'ai également un nom spirituel que j'ai reçu à l'occasion d'une cérémonie d'Odem le loup. C'est un animal qui m'accompagne dans la vie, dans cette vie terrestre. Je suis mère d'une fille et grand-mère de 2 petits-enfants. J'aurais aimé faire ma présentation dans ma langue maternelle, Adikmeoknorumwin, mais je ferai ma présentation aujourd'hui en français, qui est une langue coloniale que j'ai appris depuis à l'âge de 6 ans. Alors, c'est Adikmeoknerwisko, Niapskak Dekera, Niapskak réfère au territoire de chasse de mon clan familial. Ça désigne une île, on peut dire Pneapskak aussi. C'est un lieu d'accouchement pour les femmes, de mise à bas aussi de nos autres relations. Aujourd'hui, je vais d'abord remercier les organisateurs de l'événement pour l'invitation. Je suis vraiment honorée d'être ici avec vous aujourd'hui, de participer à des échanges. Je pense qu'on n'a pas souvent l'occasion de parler, de pouvoir échanger sur nos travaux avec nos frères et sœurs de l'Ouest en raison de la barrière linguistique. À l'Est, on a le français comme langue seconde. Aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler sommairement de les recherches et de mon implication là, à l'enseignement du droit autochtone. J'espère que ça va alimenter les réflexions avec les travaux là, sur les revendications particulières. Je vais présenter sommairement le système juridique coutumier engagé vers l'autonomisation de l'enfant. Ça a été présenté au début, c'était ma thèse de recherche, c'était de documenter, qu'on va dire, l'adoption coutumière. Je vais parler également de la langue ancestrale, Adikmeoknorumwin, et comment elle contient le droit. Je vais l'illustrer aussi avec quelques exemples. Et je vais parler du programme de certificat en droit autochtone qui est offert à l'Université d'Ottawa depuis août 2022. Alors, Nerwizio. Nerwizio, on utilise souvent Adikmek pour nous désigner. Je crois que ce terme vient des anthropologues. On retrouve ce terme dans différents documents ethnographiques, anthropologiques depuis les années 1940 à peu près. Pour nous, les Atikamekw Nerwizio, qu'on a toujours utilisé le terme Nerwizio pour se désigner. Tu sais, quand on voit d'autres Premières Nations, d'autres peuples autochtones, on dit Nerwizanha. Est-ce que c'est un être qui appartient au territoire, qui vit en équilibre, en harmonie avec le territoire et toutes les relations? C'est ce que ça veut dire. Nehi, c'est équilibre, harmonie. Ça réfère également au principe là, les 4 éléments, néo, physique, mental, intellectuel, émotionnel et spirituel. Rui, ça veut dire bouger, l'action, le travail. Ça réfère aux devoirs, aux responsabilités qu'on a. Et Zio, c'est l'être. Ça réfère à l'être humain, vivant. Et en novembre 2006, à l'occasion d'une assemblée générale avec le Conseil de la Nation Atikamekw, qui regroupe les 3 communautés Atikamekw, on a décidé d'officialiser le terme Adikmeokw Nerwizio pour garder comme, parce que Adikmeokw, c'est le terme qui était utilisé pour nous désigner, puis on voulait pas qu'on perde la trace là, des données qui ont été recueillies sur nous. Et Nerwizio, c'était pour nous reconnecter à notre monde, à notre vision du monde. Alors, c'est quoi le droit autochtone? En Atikamekw Nord-Ouin, on n'a pas de terme pour dire droit ou juridique. Certains, il y a des observateurs, des universitaires, chercheurs qui ont dit que le droit, ben, ça réfère à ce qui a été convenu au processus de gestion des conflits puis, ça réfère également aux savoirs qui viennent de la terre, aux enseignements qui viennent de la tradition orale, aux coutumes, aux protocoles, aux pratiques également et aux cérémonies. Quand j'ai commencé mes études en 2018, je parlais avec une aînée, là, Kukum Marthe Coucou, de Wemontashi. C'est une gardienne de la langue. Et on a eu des discussions comment on pouvait appeler dire droit en Atikamekw Nord-Ouin. Et elle m'a juste posé une question. Qu'est-ce qui est le plus fondamental? Qu'est-ce qui est le plus important? À m'a retourné la question, puis ça m'a pris quelques minutes pour réfléchir avant de répondre Madiziwin, la vie. Et ensuite, elle m'a dit, elle m'a relancé. Comment tu vas préserver la vie? Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Alors, c'était juste pour exprimer là, comment que c'est. On n'a pas de terme, mais il y a John Burroughs qui a quand même consacré les sources du droit, comme le droit. J'ai utilisé l'illustration de ma collègue Amy Craft pour montrer le droit autochtone, le droit sacré qui est au milieu avec tous les enseignements, mais plus pour démontrer comment ça doit être la base, comment ça doit aller s'imprégner dans les autres sources. Il y a le droit naturel, il y a en deuxième, qui réfère à l'environnement et à toutes nos relations qu'on trouve sur ASCII, le territoire et l'environnement qui viennent nous guider. Ensuite vient le droit délibératif positif, parce que c'est le droit qui est engendré par les actions humaines, mais on doit s'inspirer du droit sacré et du droit naturel. Et le droit coutumier, c'est le mode de vie. On peut voir aussi comment le droit étatique qui est dans les différentes sources là, hiérarchiques. Alors, pour les sources du droit autochtone, c'est ça, il y a les travaux de John Burroughs qui sont vraiment importantes, mais je voulais juste illustrer à partir des termes en Atikamekw Nord-Ouin. Comme je disais tantôt, mes discussions avec Kukum Marthe Coucou en 2018, à un moment donné, elle me demandait c'était quoi le droit autochtone, mais elle voulait que je m'exprime à partir de Nerwizo Midnertigan, la pensée autochtone. Alors, j'ai fouillé, j'ai essayé de lui expliquer à partir des 5 sources qui avaient été développées par John Burroughs, comme le droit sacré, Kijamando, Urushwewin, Ujwertigawin, qu'on peut dire aussi. Kitiatsukanek, ça c'est les récits de la création. On a 3 chez les Atikamekw, Nerwizo, Knotmik, Kitiatsukan, qui raconte le déluge, puis quand les boules de feu sont arrivées avec qui a amené l'avènement des les grands hommes il y a plusieurs années. Après ça, il y a eu une autre période qui a amené Abishtirinishik, les petits hommes qui ont vécu longtemps. Ça, c'est et la troisième période également qui a amené l'avènement des hommes d'aujourd'hui. L'histoire est plus longue à raconter. On m'a déjà dit que ça pouvait prendre une année. Alors, c'était juste pour vous dire quelques mots sur les récits de la création. Ça, c'est les savoirs sacrés. Le droit naturel, c'est aussi notmik, les enseignements qui viennent en observant le territoire, l'environnement. Notmik puis Madiziwin aussi, comment on vit avec nos relations, comment on établit quand on est en territoire. Puis oui, Janak, ça c'est toutes nos relations qu'on retrouve parce que on appelle les le ASCII, ça fait partie de notre relation, c'est notre mère. Les arbres, chaque arbre à partir du récit de la création, ils font partie de nos relations, c'est nos grands-pères, les animaux muscaux, il fait partie, c'est notre grand-mère. Alors, c'est des éléments importants. Il y a le droit délibératif aussi, Waskabiwin, quand on est assis en rond. Urushwewin, comment on va le voir tantôt, une illustration, les différentes étapes. Urushwewin, c'est quand on prend une décision ensemble. Le droit positif, Ogimawiwin, c'est quand il y a des personnes qui détiennent une certaine sagesse, une certaine qui sont reconnues par d'autres personnes comme détenant une certaine autorité aussi. Et le droit coutumier, c'est des comportements inconscients, mais qui démontrent onerwiziwin. Alors, je fais mes recherches se concentrent principalement sur les Atikamekw Nerwiziwok. Nerwiziwok parce que quand c'est plusieurs au pluriel, il y a 3 communautés Atikamekw, on peut le voir sur la carte. Manoan, Ouamdashik, Kirigama, Obijuan. C'est un peuple de nomades de tradition orale. 94% de la population parle leur langue maternelle, la langue ancestrale. Et ma famille vient des 3 communautés. Mes grands-parents ont vécu plus au nord, au Bidjouan. Et ma mère venait de Wemontashi, mon père de Manoan. Alors, c'est des aînés des 3 communautés qui m'ont offert des enseignements aussi. Et ma famille, mes parents également, quand j'étais jeune, la jeunesse à l'âge adulte, ou bien du primaire à l'université, mon père me rappelait souvent il me disait, réfléchis, pense, quand tu parles dans ta langue maternelle, tu réfléchis d'une façon. Puis quand tu penses en français, tu réfléchis d'une autre façon. Alors, c'est la résilience. Il m'a enseigné la résilience. J'ai réussi à naviguer entre 2 mondes, celui de Nerwizio avec les enseignements et celui de Mtoujish. Mtoujish, ça signifie ceux qui sont arrivés par bateau, ceux qui coupent les arbres aussi, mais ça réfère aux occidentaux. Alors, c'est un peu ce que je voulais partager ici. Alors, en 2018, j'ai reçu une invitation de la section de droit civil de l'Université d'Ottawa pour compléter des études supérieures en droit. À l'époque, il y avait il y a eu une commission parlementaire pour la reconnaissance de l'adoption coutumière au Québec. Alors, ça a été reconnu en 2018. Et j'étais vraiment enthousiasmée aussi de cette reconnaissance, puis de pouvoir contribuer pour outiller l'autorité compétente qui était désignée par la communauté pour procéder aux vérifications de conformité exigées par la loi là, du Québec qui reconnaissait l'adoption coutumière. La coutume qui est reconnue, qui a été reconnue, est celle qui est en harmonie avec le principe de l'intérêt de l'enfant, le respect de ses droits, puis le consentement des parties, mais des parents. Alors, l'autorité compétente devait également faire vérifier auprès des parents d'origine et parents adoptifs s'ils voulaient maintenir les liens de filiation préexistants. Si oui, alors à ce moment-là, ils pouvaient inscrire les effets des effets coutumiers dans le certificat d'adoption coutumière. Oh. Je ne sais pas comment. Je vais vous l'expliquer. Ça, c'est un peu les résultats. J'ai utilisé une approche ethnographique et comparative là, pour décrire le système juridique coutumier. Je me suis inspirée des travaux de recherche là, qui avaient été réalisés à l'Université d'Ottawa avec Legitimus en 2012, où est-ce que les chercheurs ont dégagé les 5 éléments fondamentaux qui sont reliés à tout système de justice, comme les valeurs, les principes, les règles, processus, acteurs. Alors, à partir des données, parce que je suis allée faire des entrevues dans ma communauté d'origine à Manoine. J'ai fait les entrevues dans ma langue avec Huron-Wendat pour rencontrer des personnes de la communauté qui avaient vécu personnellement au Big Horse-Wind. C'est la prise en charge d'un enfant à titre d'enfant, de parents d'origine, de parents adoptifs. Et j'ai été surprise, il n'y a pas de données statistiques, mais c'est une pratique qui est vraiment vivante. Les participants pouvaient facilement me nommer différents noms. Puis même moi, dans ma famille, mes parents l'ont vécu, mes parents ont gardé mes 2 sœurs âgées, mes 2 sœurs aînées. Et j'ai moi-même, je dirais, vécu l'adoption coutumière parce que j'ai vécu avec mes grands-parents. Mes parents travaillaient toutes les deux, toujours à l'extérieur, mais on était souvent chez mes grands-parents. Alors, pour dire que, à partir des données et en observant aussi les données, tout était relié aux 7 valeurs Schwertigawin, l'amour, le don, le respect, Witchinwin, l'entraide, Tabwewin, la vérité, Tabwermidzuin, ça c'est l'estime de soi, qui témoigne la sagesse. C'est toutes des valeurs là, qui ont ressorti des données. J'ai également pu ressortir 12 principes comme Mutoganuk, le don du Créateur, l'importance du don. Les gens ne voulaient pas parler d'abandon, mais de don. Le respect et la dévotion aussi envers les aînés. La responsabilité familiale, l'entraide également, comment que c'est important. Le principe de non-ingérence dans la vie privée des parents, parce que c'est important de les appuyer, de les soutenir et non de les confronter. Pas de confrontation. La complémentarité des rôles, parce que la responsabilité parentale, familiale, il n'y a pas de terme d'autorité, de hiérarchie, mais tu sais, c'est comme une responsabilité que les parents, les grands-parents, les tantes, on a tout un rôle. Le principe d'honneur, de l'honneur également, parce que tout s'est fait de façon naturelle, verbale aussi. Le principe d'individualité de l'enfant. L'enfant a sa propre personnalité, il est considéré quasiment comme une personne majeure qui peut prendre des décisions à 3 ans, 5 ans, 7 ans. Et le principe de l'estime de soi, c'est important dans l'autonomisation de l'enfant, de guider, de suivre l'enfant, puis le principe de l'harmonie, l'équilibre, qui est amené aussi par la présence des grands-parents pour avoir leur approbation, leur accord dans la prise en charge. Puis le principe de l'égalité qui vient, tu sais, chaque enfant compte, chaque enfant est égal. Pour les règles, j'ai 7 règles qui ont sorti des données. La non-confidentialité, parce que l'enfant doit connaître les raisons de la prise en charge et doit connaître également ses parents d'origine. La filiation territoriale, l'enfant doit savoir à quel territoire familial il appartient. Le respect de la volonté de l'enfant, la place de l'enfant qui est vraiment centrale, l'oralité, aucun écrit, le maintien des contacts qui est encouragé entre l'enfant et les parents d'origine et la famille d'origine. Puis, dans certains cas, il y a eu transfert total des responsabilités parentales, dans d'autres cas partiels. Puis, il y a 5 acteurs qu'on voit dans le système juridique coutumier, c'est l'enfant, les grands-parents, il y a également le cercle des coucoums qui surveillent les familles, leurs enfants, leurs petits-enfants, puis qui agissent comme filtre de sécurité et de protection. Et il y a les parents adoptifs et d'origine. Puis il y avait 2 processus familial, ça se fait à l'intérieur de la famille ou communautaire. Il y a eu une cérémonie dans un cas. Alors, c'est ça. Ma recherche a montré comment que c'était 3 régimes distincts qui s'est installé au Québec avec l'adoption coutumière. C'est le système juridique coutumier engagé vers l'autonomisation de l'enfant. Et le deuxième, c'est la reconnaissance statutaire de l'adoption coutumière qu'il y a eu en 2018, avec les articles du Code civil et les vérifications. L'autorité compétente qui a été une institution qui a été créée par la loi et les vérifications qu'il doit faire pour délivrer le certificat. Il y a quand même les 3 conditions là, qui sont exigées. Puis l'autre aussi régime qui existe au Québec, l'adoption plénière légale avec à partir du Code civil et de la loi sur la protection de la jeunesse. Alors, c'est ça. Je voulais outiller, soutenir l'autorité compétente et les effets coutumiers qui peuvent être inscrits dans la reconnaissance, dans le certificat d'adoption coutumière par l'autorité compétente. Il doit quand même aller vérifier avant si les 2 parents d'origine et adoptifs reconnaissent, veulent préserver les liens préexistants de filiation. Puis si oui, alors il peut inscrire les effets coutumiers là, avec le maintien du lien de filiation, maintien du nom, maintien des contacts, la non-confidentialité et la filiation territoriale. Parce que si c'est pas inscrit, alors ça va être les effets légaux de l'adoption légale qui va s'appliquer avec la rupture du lien de filiation, tous les devoirs et les obligations de chaque partie sont effacés. Il y a le changement de nom, transfert de l'autorité parentale et la tutelle légale qui va être exercée par les nouveaux parents. Alors, c'était ça pour la présentation du système juridique coutumier. La deuxième partie, c'est sur faire partager quelques éléments, comment la langue ancestrale autochtone Adikmiok Norumwin et le loi sont liés. C'est quelques temps avant son départ, c'est mon grand-père, arrière-grand-père maternel Salomon Dubé, qui a, à l'occasion d'un rassemblement en territoire de la famille, qui a parlé de Neuromwin, qu'on devait continuer à faire des efforts pour la préserver. Puis, il a parlé de Neuromwin en disant que notre langue contient tous les outils et les enseignements sacrés nécessaires à notre vie quotidienne. Puis les savoirs, les mémoires de nos ancêtres, ils sont imprégnés dans notre langue ancestrale qu'il suffit de réveiller pour s'en servir. Il a mentionné que cet héritage sacré n'est pas suffisamment utilisé. Alors, après avoir fait, en réfléchissant à tout ça, quand on regarde les lexiques juridiques qui existent actuellement, il y en a beaucoup qui traduisent, qui viennent parler des concepts, des notions du droit étatique. On parle du droit criminel, droit de la famille, par exemple, mais j'ai voulu proposer un exercice inverse en allant chercher des termes, en allant réfléchir dans les termes de la langue à différents termes importants, en invitant des aînés, des porteurs du savoir, des gardiennes de la langue. Et nous avons parcouru différents termes. J'avais 4 thématiques, l'enfance, la jeunesse et la famille, qu'on a eu le 8 mai 2023, organisation sociale et gouvernance 19-20 mai 2023, justice et gestion de conflits 21 mai 2023. Et on a un qui s'en vient la semaine prochaine sur la santé mentale et santé territoriale. On a la première séance, quand ça a porté sur l'enfance, jeunesse et famille. On a parlé de Mihoswin, Nobikonswin, parce que l'importance des soins coutumiers à l'enfance. Mihoswin, c'est quand les soins sont offerts par les parents, famille d'origine. Et Obikonswin, c'est les soins qui sont coutumiers à l'enfant qui sont offerts par des parents autres que ceux d'origine, par les parents adoptifs. Et on a discuté de plusieurs éléments. Unikhiunan également. Unikhiunan, c'est le terme utilisé pour désigner les parents. Mais on est en train de faire une révision du régime particulier en matière de l'enfance chez les Atikamekw Nerwizok de Manoan et Wemontashi. On a développé des termes de référence avec Nicole Petitquet, gardienne de la langue, linguiste, et on discutait sur Unikhiunan. Il y a un terme ancien, Négio, en Atikamekw qui était utilisé en Atikamekw Norumwin pour désigner la naissance. Aujourd'hui, le terme a un peu changé, on dit Ntogyo, mais comme la gardienne de la langue, Nicole Petitquet, partageait aussi comment Negyuk. Dans le terme Onikiunan, il y a Negyuk qui désigne la lutte. Dans le récit de la création, Negyuk, la lutte a plongé pour aller chercher du sable dans le fond de l'eau, puis le ramener à la surface pour créer un endroit où est-ce qu'on peut vivre. Alors, c'est vraiment important d'aller chercher ces enseignements-là. Aujourd'hui, Onikiunan désigne les parents, mais aussi, il faut les honorer. C'est eux qui ont permis la naissance de l'enfant. Ogawi, c'est important également. Ça désigne la première personne qui a accueilli l'enfant, qui est porteuse de la vie, puis qui doit assumer son rôle de transmettre les enseignements de la vie. C'est comme l'amour, en tout cas, tout ce dont il y a besoin. Outaouis également, qui est pourvoyeur, mais qui doit également offrir les enseignements par rapport aux relations, au territoire. Il y a eu une autre session également portant sur l'organisation sociale et gouvernance. Orushwewin. Orushwewin, c'est un terme qu'on utilisait à la table centrale de négociation avec les deux parties de gouvernement, parce que les Atikamekw, on est en processus de négociation territoriale et globale depuis plus de 40 ans, 45 ans. Et Orushwewin, c'était le terme qu'on utilisait pour désigner les lois Adikmek-Nerwizio qui seraient adoptées par le gouvernement Atikamekw. Alors, au cours des discussions, l'aîné, Joe Ottawa, qu'on voit là, a expliqué l'importance d'utiliser sciemment, de la bonne façon, de comprendre les termes, puis parce qu'il nous enseigne quelque chose. Alors, c'est là qu'il a expliqué Orushwewin avec les 12 étapes. C'est un processus délibératif qu'on dit. La première, c'est Nzaitawin, préparation. Il faut prendre le temps de préparer le sujet qu'on doit discuter. Oui, Jacques Ewin, s'assurer que tout le monde soit invité. Nigish Kedadwin, faire des rencontres, se rencontrer aussi autant qu'il faut. Pugusarmouin, c'est toujours se connecter avec le créateur qui va nous guider dans les discussions. Tebazmouin, c'est donner toutes les informations importantes nécessaires pour la décision. Kekwetskemwin, c'est de laisser les gens poser des questions, puis des précisions sur le sujet. C'est important. Septième, Aïm Hidwin, c'est important que tout le monde puisse s'exprimer, discuter ensemble. Kikatwin, ça c'est quand les discussions commencent à monter, la tension, le débat. Puis il disait que c'était important d'arriver jusque-là quand on discute. Après ça, 9, Pojuk Nadwin, se serrer la main parce qu'on a sorti. Puis que c'est important de se serrer la main à chaque fois parce que pour continuer à avancer. Après ça, 10e, Orushwewin, c'est là qu'on peut prendre des décisions. La prise de décision. Kagesk Midwin, c'est quand il y a une personne qui décide de prendre un autre chemin, c'est important d'aller le voir, lui parler pour le ramener là, sur la décision. 12, Pimadiwin, c'est là qu'on suit notre mode de vie. Il disait que c'était important de traverser toutes ces étapes parce que c'est la base, ça va donner une base solide. Là. Si on suit pas, si on saute une étape, notre base sera pas solide, qu'il a mentionné. Troisième séance, on a abordé au niveau de la justice et gestion de conflits. Alors, min tudagewin, c'est réfléchir, c'est l'équilibre, l'harmonie, qui peut être appliqué à différents contextes, là. Alors, ils ont commencé à sortir qu'est-ce qui est important de considérer quand on veut, les critères, les éléments que la personne doit avoir, qui dit min pudat, celui qui va aider. Il faut que ce soit une personne qui est écoutée, respectée, une personne qui inspire la confiance, une personne aînée, une personne qui respecte toute vie, une personne qui connaît et porte son identité, les savoirs, les enseignements. Alors, c'est Min Tudagewin également, c'est un choix. Il faut amener la personne à faire un choix. C'est important de demander à la personne si il vit des difficultés, s'il a besoin d'aide, si il répond oui, alors il dit qu'il faut s'activer tout de suite pour l'aider. Il faut s'asseoir pour qu'il sorte quand même tout ce qui l'a empêché, puis pour rétablir Muro Awasiwin, Muro Madziwin, Muro Awasiwin, ça c'est au niveau spirituel. S'il répond non, ben, il faut quand même mettre un processus pour l'amener, verbaliser, qu'il comprenne ce qui va pas et l'amener à prendre ses responsabilités puis à réparer le déséquilibre ou l'offense, le préjudice. Alors, c'est ça, Minto Dayewin. Je voulais également vous parler du programme de certificat en droit autochtone qui est offert en français en ligne depuis août 2022 à l'Université d'Ottawa. C'est à temps plein et à temps partiel. Particularité du programme, il y a un cours introductif qui est offert on passe au travers des 5 sources du droit de John Burroughs et avec le fondement du droit, la philosophie du droit autochtone qu'on présente, puis on est accompagné de 2 aînés en territoire. Le cours se donne en territoire et on fait également des cérémonies avec les apprenants. La première partie, en fait, le cours se donne en 2 parties. La première partie sur le droit autochtone en territoire et la deuxième partie à l'Université d'Ottawa. Puis, il y a également un cours d'accompagnement pour appuyer les apprenants vers les études, à s'adapter aux études universitaires. On utilise l'approche pédagogique autochtone. Il y a co-enseignement, la plupart des professeurs, c'est autochtone. Et il y a des conférenciers également, la plupart des aînés qui viennent donner des enseignements dans les cours. Mais l'apprentissage par action aussi, là, c'est de mettre en pratique les enseignements sacrés, puis encourager la créativité des apprenants, assurer la présence aussi des aînés, l'observation aussi. On amène les étudiants à regarder ce qui se passe dans leur communauté quand ils vont en territoire, puis d'encourager l'acquisition des savoirs à partir de ça. L'apprentissage par la tradition orale aussi, on favorise les échanges intergénérationnels et, comme je le mentionnais tantôt aussi, la présence des aînés là, qui est fortement encouragée. Apprentissage en territoire et apprentissage par l'analyse. On lit des lois, des décisions judiciaires aussi. il y a l'approche comparative. On prend pour acquis que les apprenants qui s'inscrivent au programme portent le droit. Alors, on part des ordres juridiques autochtones, on part de leur bagage aussi. Il y a beaucoup d'échanges, de cercles de paroles qui se fait. Et pour faire le pont vers le droit civil ou le droit étatique. Alors, on a une session durant l'automne où est-ce qu'on aborde le droit constitutionnel, droit foncier, droit de la famille. Et à l'hiver, il y a le droit criminel, le droit international. Et, oh Dieu, ils sont pas là-dedans. Le droit leadership et gestion de conflits. Et je vais terminer avec quelques impacts du programme. C'est ça, les apprenants, on a eu 2 cohortes jusqu'à maintenant. Puis, c'est plus facile de reconnaître les sources du droit, le fondement du droit autochtone, apprendre également sur les pratiques, les traditions, les ordres juridiques autochtones de leur communauté ou partout au Québec ou au Canada. Identifier les principes, les processus fondamentaux du droit autochtone, de leurs droits autochtones ou des droits, des ordres juridiques autochtones. Valoriser également la place des aînés, des porteurs du savoir, des gardiens de la langue. Valoriser les enseignements et les savoirs traditionnels. Une réappropriation, là, puis valoriser la langue ancestrale autochtone et se réconcilier. C'est comme les 2 premières cohortes ont parlé d'une guérison ou bien réconciliation avec soi-même, avec les enseignements, sa famille, même la communauté. Puis rendre les études en droit accessibles et moins intimidants. Alors, merci de votre écoute.
Yeah. Okay. Merci. Thank you for that. I really appreciate how you mentioned that your language has everything. Your language has all of the words that you need in order to do what you need to do. And also that your elders, their kukum idea of justice is how to keep life. Yeah, it's very important, I think, because if we keep life, then we know we've got our systems working, we've got our structures in balance, our processes together. So really appreciate that. So our next presenter, Kathy Belfour, she is Innu from Nutaquan and an assistant professor in civil law at the Faculty of Laval. Faculty of Law at Laval, and her work focuses on particularly on legal education, property and property law, comparative law, and Inuit tradition.
So just out of curiosity, is there any, is there a lot of English speaker? Okay, quite a lot. So, okay, first, my intention was to do my presentation in French. From time to time, as I guess, as a good Migueler, I'm Miguelian. I will switch from time to time in English because it's just the way we do things sometimes there. So I am totally aware that, okay, it's noon and I'm definitely think that everyone wants to go to lunch. So I'll try to keep it short and sweet. And I hope that what I have to offer here in this gathering will, I don't know, maybe enrich the perspective with a few consideration on a part of my thesis. So it has been written in French, and one of my main preoccupation when I was thinking how to reconnect with my tradition, the Innu tradition, the legal aspect of the Innu tradition was to preserve the richness of its oral heritage. And yes, this is pretty much my intention, just to propose a quick, 20-minute sharp in 20 minutes, I promise. Well, at least I will try. Just a quick overview on my work. So let's begin. And here the magic. OK. Donc, plan de présentation. En premier lieu, je vais vous parler de la méthodologie de ce que j'appelle le projet Wapakano Project, meaning snowy owl in Inuiaminum. You will soon begin to see that even like this first pictures, well, this is my father. I use a lot of the photography in my work because for me, it was essential just to communicate, to offer the view of the territory, because majority of my work, it's rooted in the importance of the territory. Et donc, si je continue, la notion de propriété comme lieu de rencontre, il s'agit de l'une de mes notions phares durant ma thèse. Ensuite, un peu de structure. Partie 1, le territoire aux sources de la tradition Innu. Et la partie 2, l'inclusion des traditions autochtones en faculté de droit. Donc, la méthodologie que j'ai suivie, comme je vous l'avais mentionné, elle a recours à la photographie, car bien que je sois juriste, j'ai également un background en photographie et j'ai décidé de le mettre à profit à partir de la 2e année de mon DCL à McGill afin d'utiliser le visuel, afin de communiquer aux juristes, mais essentiellement, j'ai envie de dire, aux personnes du milieu juridique au Québec qui n'ont pas nécessairement de lien ni de contact avec les premiers peuples. Et croyez-moi, il y en a, particulièrement dans le milieu juridique. Au Québec, je dirais que la discussion, l'état d'avancement des discussions entre les traditions juridiques autochtones et le droit civil sont en train d'amorcer un dialogue. Naturellement, il s'agit de premiers balbutiements et pour moi, à titre de juriste qui a été formé dans une faculté de droit civiliste, mais également qui a été élevé dans une communauté, je dirais, somme toute isolée, mais pour laquelle j'ai énormément d'affection, en fait, parce que ce sont mes racines, ils sont toujours... pour moi, l'image permettait du moins d'aller chercher cette texture concrète, cet esprit d'importance de la photographie. Pour moi, c'était une manière de concrétiser quelque chose qui, dans la pensée juridique en droit civil, résistait à être saisi, c'est-à-dire cette importance du territoire. Parce qu'une chose que j'avais remarqué dès le début de mes travaux, ne serait-ce qu'à la maîtrise, c'est que le fait de dire le rapport au territoire chez les juristes suscitait souvent beaucoup d'incompréhension. En quoi est-ce que cela est si important? C'est pas un peu abstrait? Et vous allez voir pourquoi j'ai choisi justement la notion de propriété. La notion de propriété, la manière dont je la vois, dont je propose plutôt de la reconceptualiser, c'est de la voir comme une notion intercalaire, une notion où l'on pourrait se rencontrer. Encore là, attention, la propriété, je le sais et j'ai lu comme beaucoup les travaux de Sake Henderson qui parlent de la propriété en disant attention, la notion de propriété, c'est une notion qui ne peut pas être comprise par les traditions juridiques autochtones, effectivement. Et à ceci, ce que je propose, du moins ce que je proposais dans ma thèse, c'était de ramener la propriété à une conception plus globale. Suivant les travaux d'un chercheur, d'un spécialiste de la propriété qui justement s'intéressait à réconcilier ou du moins à embrasser une notion de la propriété plus holistique, j'en suis arrivée à proposer cette définition dans le cadre de ma thèse. Donc, si l'on ramène la propriété à ce qu'elle est, que peut-elle représenter? Pour moi, la propriété représente d'abord un rapport à l'environnement, au territoire. Si on débarrasse la notion de propriété de tout, de cette espèce de vibe, d'esprit d'appropriation individualiste et qu'on revient à un niveau macro où l'on utilise la propriété pour dire c'est un rapport au territoire et en tant qu'être humain, en tant que représentant et dépositaire de différentes traditions, bien, nous avons tous un rapport au territoire. Qu'il s'agisse du droit civil, de la common law, de la tradition Innu ou bien de d'autres traditions autochtones. Donc, je vais tenter, je me promets de ne pas vous donner un cours et de ne pas vous ennuyer comme je peux le faire avec mes étudiants, mais en quoi consiste cette notion de propriété? Eh bien, il s'agit, selon la définition que je propose, d'un mode d'organisation juridique ou normatif des rapports entre les êtres humains ayant pour objet l'accès ou le non-accès aux éléments matériels de l'environnement naturel et aux éléments immatériels du monde des idées. Elle désigne, pour une tradition donnée, les conceptualisations théoriques et ontologiques de la propriété. Elle englobe également les modalités juridiques conditionnant l'accès et le non-accès aux éléments matériels et immatériels du monde extérieur. On y inclut également les modes d'organisation sociale qui peuvent découler des réseaux de rapports sociaux ainsi tissés autour de ces éléments du monde des objets. Donc, comme vous pouvez le constater de cette définition, ce n'est pas it's not your usual property definition, at least I hope. Ici, ce que j'essayais de faire, c'était de me réapproprier la notion de propriété. So here, don't panic. This is basically my thesis in one image. So yes, don't worry. I will not try to do you a lecture here this afternoon. So if I can just do a quick resume, quick. Donc, je travaille beaucoup avec la notion de tradition. Ici, ce que vous voyez, c'était ma tentative visuellement de comprendre qu'est-ce que la tradition civiliste, comment s'exprime-t-elle, et également la tradition Innu. Pour moi, il était très important d'abord de organiser ce dialogue entre ces deux traditions d'égal à égal. Mais quand je dis d'égal à égal, c'était d'aller dans la tradition Innu selon une perspective interne et de ne pas chercher à la décrire via les mots du droit étatique. Pour moi, je voulais la vivre, je voulais la laisser s'exprimer, je voulais également la remettre en valeur, la faire briller. Et pour la tradition civiliste, c'était également une manière pour moi, je dirais, non seulement de résistance passive face à la tradition civiliste, mais également de signifier que peut-être que d'une tradition juridique à une autre, nous avons tous un narratif, incluant la tradition civiliste. Ce que j'ai trouvé, puis là, je vais vous épargner les détails parce qu'on pourrait passer l'après-midi sur ce schéma. Ce que j'ai trouvé, grosso modo, c'était que pour la tradition civiliste, l'ensemble de cette tradition s'ancre sur le postulat de la personne. L'ensemble de l'imaginaire juridique du juriste civiliste part de la personne. C'est le centre gravitationnel du droit. Tandis que pour la tradition Innu, ce centre de gravité se déplace dans le territoire. La personne devient un acteur important, mais aux côtés de la collectivité, aux côtés des unités familiales, aux côtés du monde vivant, animé, inanimé. Tandis que pour la tradition civiliste, en miroir, il n'y a pas nécessairement le territoire devient une réalité abstraite que l'on peut s'approprier. On peut avoir un ownership sur un territoire sans jamais y avoir mis le pied. Tandis que cette idée dans la tradition Innu ne se transpose absolument pas. Il faut, en fait, avoir ce lien d'intimité avec le territoire. Il faut le connaître. C'est ce qui caractérise, à mon sens, ce lien d'attachement avec la tradition Innu. Partie 1. Le territoire aux sources de la tradition Innu. J'ai deux propos à vous exposer et je tâcherai, je regarde l'heure, j'ai seulement 10 minutes, merveilleux, de fait. Donc, perspective interne sur la tradition Innu. Qu'est-ce que ça signifie, une perspective interne sur la tradition Innu? 2, cas d'application tiré de ma thèse et là où vous pourrez voir, en fait, j'ai envie de dire ma méthodologie, mais également la manière que moi j'ai trouvé d'une part de mettre en valeur la tradition Innu via les photographies naturellement. La perspective interne sur la tradition Innu, qu'est-ce que ça signifie? Si je dis interne sur la tradition Innu, donc c'est en miroir, cela signifie que je la contraste avec une approche externe. Pour moi, une approche externe, puis là, je me permets de vous raconter une anecdote. Une approche externe, c'est celle que lorsque moi, j'ai commencé le baccalauréat en droit, c'est celle qui parle des traditions autochtones, mais sans connecter avec elles. C'est celle qui légifère pour les Autochtones, mais sans les Autochtones. Pour moi, ça, c'est une perspective externe sur les traditions autochtones et leur normativité. Une perspective interne, pour moi, en contradiction, c'est celle qui plonge dans le cœur de la tradition autochtone, que ce soit Innu dans mon cas ou bien une autre tradition dont on est proche, où l'on s'est enraciné. Ce que ça signifie pour moi, la perspective interne, c'est que c'est d'abord, d'une part, c'est de reconnaître que la transmission du savoir inou et des connaissances traditionnelles se fait sur le territoire, mais également ce savoir sur le territoire, pour moi, il est à ce point important dans sa transmission qu'il participe à la normativité qui structure la cohérence interne de la tradition inoue. Parce que non seulement ces connaissances ont pour moi une valeur qui est non seulement normative, mais que l'on devrait, sans gêne et absolument avec une fierté absolue, comparer aux traditions autochtones, aux traditions occidentales, comme la common law ou le droit civil. Pourquoi? Parce que la transmission du savoir-faire sur ce territoire imbrique, certes, des manières de faire, mais également la sensibilisation à une gestion responsable des ressources. Tout ceci s'imbrique directement dans le processus de passation du savoir. Ça participe, en fait, à ce que j'appelle les normativités autochtones et la normativité inoue. Et j'en arrive à un cas d'application. Mon premier cas d'application qui s'appelle le rocher au géant. Et ici, je vais vous expliquer un peu comment j'ai, on va dire, le pedigree de ma thèse. Dans le cadre de ma thèse, pour moi, je dirais, il était absolument essentiel de ne pas chercher à tout prix à exprimer la tradition inoue avec des mots du droit, les mots du droit étatique. Ce faisant, j'ai cherché une façon, je me suis cassé les dents, juste pour essayer de transmettre d'abord quelle est cette normativité. Et le moment où je dirais que ma réflexion a pris son envol fut le moment où j'ai décidé de simplement retourner chez moi et de simplement prendre des vacances. Et quand je dis prendre des vacances, ça signifie suivre mon père dans ses activités. Et cette image fait partie de l'un des endroits où il m'a amené durant cet été. La manière dont les Inuits transmettent le savoir, les Inuits, d'une part, sont un peuple, je dirais, rieur, un peu moqueur, de peu de mots, mais les mots sont toujours importants et fondamentaux. Mon père parle peu, mais à chaque fois durant cet été-là, il me disait « Ah, Cathy, aujourd'hui, il faut qu'on aille voir le rocher au géant. » Le rocher au géant que vous voyez, il est situé, là, j'ai pas de carte malheureusement, il est situé sur le territoire ancestral des Inuits, qui est le Nitassinan. Et ce que l'on voit ici est situé le long d'une importante rivière, la rivière Nutarquan, Nutarquanipu, la grande rivière Natashquan. Ce rocher que vous voyez, c'est en fait possède deux autres sœurs sur le territoire. Chacun de ces rochers sont disposés à des lieux stratégiques. D'un côté, puis là on le voit pas, c'est pas évident sur la photo, mais chacun de ces rochers sont situés sur le top d'une colline, d'une bonne colline où l'on peut voir la rivière, mais également les autres rochers à vue d'œil. Puis là, on est là. Moi, j'avais amené mon appareil photo en bonne photographe et je remarque dans les interstices du rocher des cigarettes et des choses. Et là, moi, très naïvement, et il faut se mettre dans la peau de « je suis une fille qui, ça fait longtemps qu'elle est à l'université, donc je pose à mon père très naïvement la question, mais mais qu'est-ce que c'est? Des gens ont laissé des mégots. Et là, mon père de me regarder, ah, mais Cathy, ce ne sont pas des mégots, ce sont des offrandes. Ce sont des offrandes parce que ce rocher que tu vois là, il est absolument, il est vivant. Ce rocher abrite une présence et c'est une manière pour les chasseurs qui passent par là, pour les groupes qui passent par là, de s'attirer les bonnes grâces de l'entité qui habite dans ce rocher. Ah, OK, excellent. Oui, oui, je savais. Et sur le chemin du retour, bon, là, je prends mes photographies, puis là, mon père, je vous le dis, il parle peu. Tout d'un coup, il dit, à un moment donné, on dit que un homme de chez nous, de Natashquan, ça fait plusieurs années, et dans le langage de mon père, quand on dit plusieurs années, ça veut dire avant, quand lui était jeune et peut-être même un peu plus avant. Il y a bien longtemps, il y a un homme qui, sur sa route saisonnière en hiver, est passé près de ce rocher. Et il a remarqué qu'il y avait encore du tabac. C'était, paraît-il, une pratique, selon mon père, que l'on avait à cette époque-là. Et la personne, l'homme se dit, ah, mais c'est pas grave, là, je peux m'en prendre un peu. Et il va dans les interstices et il ramasse ce tabac pour lui-même pour pouvoir passer un hiver sous le sceau du tabac. Bref. Et donc, il repart, il replace pas nécessairement d'autres offrandes au rocher. Puis, durant l'hiver, arrive ce qui doit arriver. Le chasseur en question commence à manquer de chance durant sa chasse. Au point où l'on raconte, selon mon père, qu'il en est arrivé au point de la famine. Tout ce qu'il arrivait à chasser, c'était des petits lièvres. Et lorsque l'on pratique la ronde saisonnière en plein hiver, se nourrir de lièvres est insuffisant. Donc, néanmoins, la chance lui sourit, car une famille passe par là, une famille Innu, et le sauve. Ils le nourrissent et l'homme reprend des forces. Dès qu'il peut recommencer à marcher, il se sauve, il s'en va à la Unamenhipu, qui est une communauté voisine de Nutarquan, et dit-on qu'il n'a jamais remis un pied à Nutarquan, sur le territoire de Nutarquan. Puis pour moi, cette histoire, c'est plus qu'une histoire, c'est un exemple flagrant non seulement de la vitalité des normativités autochtones, de la normativité Innu, mais également un moyen de vérification de ces règles, de ce savoir-être, de ce savoir-faire que l'on apprend sur le territoire. Le fait, moi du moins, la manière dont moi je le comprends, c'est que le territoire est une entité vivante avec laquelle on interagit, qui a ses règles, qui est régie par une normativité que l'on apprend de génération en génération et qu'elle dispose même de ces mécanismes de dissuasion, pourrait-on dire, pour reprendre ces mots de mes amis et mes collègues, les juristes civilistes. Mon deuxième cas d'application est un petit peu plus contemporain. C'est en fait, il s'agit d'une de mes expériences personnelles. Ce que vous voyez sur la photo, encore une fois, c'est une photo que j'ai prise de ahacho, ça veut dire homard, yeah, lobster. And it's delicious, I know, it's giving it's, I'm hungry suddenly, but anyway. So, Uhakahacho, le lieu bon pour le homard. Ce lieu est un lieu qui est certes bon pour le homard, mais également qui s'aborde avec énormément de prudence et de circonspection. Lorsque l'on apprend le territoire, lorsque l'on apprend à agir et à interagir avec le monde vivant, on comprend, du moins, c'est ce que ma famille, que ce soit mon père ou ici, avec le cas de mon apprentissage de la pêche au homard, on apprend que tout ce que l'on pose comme geste sur le territoire a une conséquence, incluant la pêche de subsistance, incluant le fait de prendre une feuille, de prendre une vie. Puis ici, si je reviens à mon anecdote plus pragmatique. Donc, en fait, lorsque je suis allée avec ma cousine pour apprendre comment pêcher le homard selon une technique, en fait, c'était vraiment selon une technique qui, m'a-t-on dit, était pratiquée non seulement en Atashquan, mais également à Hunamenhipu. La manière dont on apprend cette technique, bien, naturellement, c'est sur le terrain et j'ai tenté de mettre les mains à la pâte. Il s'agit de la technique de la pêche à la perche. Donc, on se sert de la force motrice du homard, les pinces. Le homard a un réflexe moteur qui fait en sorte que lorsque sa pince est stimulée par ne serait-ce que, en fait, la perche que l'on utilise pour titiller sa pince, la pince du homard va instinctivement, c'est un réflexe, saisir le bout de la perche. Et il faut utiliser ce momentum afin de tirer le homard de l'eau. Attention, il y a des règles, car aussitôt que l'on voit sur le ventre du homard du noir, c'est signe qu'il s'agit d'un homard femelle et que aussitôt il faut la relâcher. Et la raison pour laquelle il faut la relâcher est évidente. Du moins, elle est enseignée lorsque l'on apprend ce type de technique. C'est que c'est une femelle, elle porte la vie. Et pour nous, pour le homard, pour l'avenir et même pour les Inuits, pour tout le monde, il faut la laisser aller. Puis, pour moi, l'ensemble de ces enseignements, il s'agit de seulement un cas d'espèce, mais l'ensemble de la tradition Innu est composé de moments d'enseignement qui ne peuvent être appris en lisant un livre, contrairement au droit civil où c'est facile, on a un code civil, on a pour nous dire qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire, qu'est-ce qu'il ne faut pas faire, tandis que cette expérience, elle est concrète, elle est vivante, elle doit être transmise par la famille, par le territoire qui parle constamment, parce que pour les gens, je ne sais pas, qui sont peut-être de ville comme moi, et là, je le dis en toute humilité, le territoire ne se laisse pas prendre pour acquis parce que pendant que l'on pratique cette pêche, il faut constamment exercer une vigilance. Attention au niveau d'eau. Là, on est à la marée basse, mais peut-être que si on n'est pas assez vite, bien, on va se faire prendre dans un coin. Et bref, pour moi, aller chercher ces expériences, ces récits et de les présenter dans une faculté de droit en disant voici les normativités autochtones, voici comment la tradition Innu a vécu, c'est toujours en fait structurée par elle-même et a réussi à survivre pour jusqu'à maintenant. C'est en raison de cette texture traditionnelle orale. Les écrits, dit-on, il y a un motto en latin qui dit scripta manent, les écrits restent, mais les écrits peuvent parfois être trafiqués, peuvent parfois être détournés, tandis que la tradition orale demeure, elle va finir toujours par se transmettre. Oh, et maintenant, je regarde, il est déjà midi 29, l'inclusion des traditions autochtones en faculté de droit. Je tâcherai d'être super brève. Donc, oui ou non, quelques enjeux. Je vais essayer de faire en sorte de boucler la boucle avec cette partie, avec quelques enjeux. Bon, bien, de là, que peut-on en conclure de tout ce que je vous ai dit? Les approches externes, bon, là, je vous ai mis quelques propositions. Les approches externes sont parfois confondues avec des approches internes aux traditions autochtones. Ceci, en fait, c'est une mise en garde que je me suis adressée et que j'ai pensé vous relayer. Lorsque l'on apprend le droit comme juriste en faculté de droit, du moins dans mon temps, à mon époque, et ça fait pas si longtemps que ça, on a tendance à vouloir, du moins c'est ce que j'observe parfois, de vouloir décrire les normativités autochtones avec des termes étatiques, de droit étatique, en pensant que ça donne une légitimité supplémentaire aux normativités inouïes. Puis ça, à mon sens, c'est un danger qui peut accélérer la disparition de nos traditions et qui pourrait être solutionné, à mon sens, par ne pas hésiter à recourir aux mots, à nos mots et aux concepts dont non seulement qui ont été passed through generations. Ensuite, un autre enjeu qui est peut-être propre au Québec un peu plus, du moins je ne suis pas certaine de le sentir avec autant, peut-être différemment ailleurs au Canada, c'est que il y a une résistance du milieu juridique au Québec à considérer les normativités des premiers peuples comme des égales aux droits civils et étatiques. Et ici, je vous parle d'expérience parce que je suis professeure de droit également. J'enseigne le droit des biens au sens civiliste du terme, mais également j'enseigne le premier cours obligatoire de l'Université Laval sur les traditions et enjeux juridiques autochtones. Et l'une des remarques que j'entends non seulement de mes étudiants, mais également de mes collègues, c'est que les traditions autochtones, c'est de la magie, ça n'existe pas, c'est pas du vrai droit. Et alors que lorsque l'on fait des études de droit civil, que même le droit civil est une tradition qui a ses mythes fondateurs, et je pense notamment à la notion de propriété, qui remonte, qui est en fait, le droit de propriété, je veux dire, le droit de propriété qui est les codifications qui remontent à Justinien. L'ensemble de ces notions juridiques participent à une histoire propre au droit civil. Et du moins, moi, ma mission et ce que je suis heureuse de faire, c'est au contraire, de placer le savoir normatif de la tradition Innu, de dire, celle-ci a résisté, celle-ci a de la valeur, celle-ci propose aux autres traditions juridiques occidentales une nouvelle manière de voir le rapport au territoire, une manière qui est plus respectueuse peut-être du territoire, du vivant en général, mais également du rapport entre les autres. So that's pretty much that. I would call it a day. Well, at least for me. Okay, there's this, but this is pretty much what I said. So reaffirming the value of Indigenous legal tradition without trying to describe them through like a state law, and cultivate the attachment to our tradition, and just keep expressing, keep being proud on your own normativities. And that's pretty much that. So I thank you so much for your attention, and have a great lunch.
So this next session is specific claims reform perspectives, and we'll hear from three people. I'm sure you're familiar with them. Jesse Donovan, Associate Director for the Land Sector at the Assembly of First Nations. Kathleen Lickers, the External Advisor for the Assembly of First Nations. And Garima Diavedi, who is the Deputy Minister for CERNA. So we'll go till about 2:30. We have, I don't see that there's options for questions, but if I happen to see questions in the chat, I'll let you know. But feel free to. I know, Jesse, you have a presentation. Did you want to start just because you have the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Corey, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jesse Donovan. I'm the Associate Director of the Assembly of First Nations Land Sector. I'm really happy to be here today on unceded, unsurrendered Huron-Wendat territory. I'd like to start off by thanking Grand Chief Remy Vincent and Regional Chief Ghislaine Picard for their opening remarks and for welcoming us to this beautiful territory. I hope you all do get some time to explore. It really is a beautiful location. I'd also like to thank Elder Andicha Picard for her opening prayer and for smudging our room here and starting us off in a good way. And of course, Arusen and George, the dancers, for their beautiful dancing at the beginning. And last but definitely not least, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm up here with Kathleen Lickers, the external AFN legal advisor, and Garima Diavedi, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Two people who I look up to enormously, and it's equally an honor and quite humbling to be up here sharing the stage with them. Today I'll be providing a brief technical update and overview of the AFN Canada specific claims co-development process. I was speaking with a few people this morning and yesterday afternoon who are here and very interested in learning about what we do, but who are just new to the specific claims context. So I'll provide a bit of a background about the work that we're doing before describing what the Assembly of First Nations mandate is, providing a brief update on our co-development work, what we've been doing over the last year and specifically over the last couple of months. I'll then shift to providing some updates on the work we've been doing to advance the recognition of Indigenous laws in the specific claims process. And I'll end with some next steps for what we see in the near future for this work. I'll just note that I'm providing this presentation in English, and please do feel free to grab a headset and switch to channel 1 if you need translation to French. So by way of background, as many of us know, a specific claim is a claim filed by a First Nation against the Government of Canada related to the Crown's lawful obligations, outstanding lawful obligations. That's a general definition, but in specific, it can relate to the Crown's failure to uphold its treaty obligations, mismanagement of First Nations lands, monies, or other assets, or to the Crown's breach of its treaty, statutory, or fiduciary obligations. Currently, as it has been for generations, the Government of Canada is in a conflict of interest. As the defendant to specific claims, it is also reserved for itself a unilateral period to review the validity of specific claims based on its own legal advice. Canada also controls funding for the research and development of specific claims, and in many ways controls the pace of negotiations and the progress of the resolution of specific claims. For generations, First Nations have called for the elimination of this conflict of interest and for a fully independent process to be created to resolve their specific claims against the Crown. With this base knowledge, the AFN conducted nationwide engagement with First Nations to determine exactly what a fully independent specific claims process would look like. Based on this engagement, we developed an AFN reform proposal that envisioned the creation of an independent center for the resolution of specific claims. This reform proposal was based on that input from First Nations and was subject to peer review by First Nations and claims practitioners involved in the process. What we envisioned was an independent mechanism that would prioritize the negotiated resolution of specific claims while providing First Nations with the tools and resources they need to be able to develop and articulate their claims, research their claims, and to be able to incorporate their own laws into the process. In November of 2022, the Government of Canada and the AFN held a joint public ceremony with the Chiefs Committee on Lands, Territories and Resources in Mi'kma'ki in Halifax, Nova Scotia, to initiate the joint development of an independent centre. Additionally, the Government of Canada committed publicly through its UN Declaration National Action Plan to work with the AFN to establish this independent center. Through that public ceremony we held in November of 2022, we established the Specific Claims Implementation Working Group. This is a joint AFN Government of Canada body that is responsible for co-developing reform options, including an independent center, which will then be considered and validated by both federal cabinet and by First Nations in Assembly. The Specific Claims Implementation Working Group, which we refer to sometimes as the SCIWG, and other times as just the Implementation Working Group, is comprised of senior officials from both the AFN, the Government of Canada, and we're provided guidance on the AFN side by the Chiefs Committee on Lands, Territories and Resources. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples provides a strong foundation for our work. This Article 27 in particular makes clear that the Government of Canada has an obligation to work with First Nations to establish a fair, independent, open, and transparent process to resolve claims like specific claims, and that this process must give due recognition to Indigenous peoples' laws, traditions, customs, and land tenure systems. The AFN's mandate has also been clear, it continues to be. In 2020, we received a resolution from First Nations in Assembly directing us to work jointly with the Government of Canada to establish a fully independent specific claims process consistent with the UN Declaration and the four principles identified by First Nations in Assembly. First, that the process must be consistent with the honor of the Crown. Second, that the process must be fully independent in all aspects of claims resolution, which necessarily includes the elimination of the minister's authority to review claims for their validity. And third, which is the subject of our discussion over today and tomorrow, the specific claims process must recognize Indigenous laws. And finally, the reformed specific claims process must contain no arbitrary limits on financial compensation, including the current $150 million limit on compensation at the specific claims tribunal. Since the initiation of the implementation working group in November of 2022, the AFN and Canada have been meeting regularly to co-develop and work together on the design of an independent center. We've reached alignment on many of the main functions of the independent center and broad alignment on what the independent center will look like, including the presence of a registrar who would be responsible for receiving specific claims rather than submitting specific claims directly to the defendant, the Government of Canada. In this new process, we envision First Nations submitting their specific claims through the registrar in this independent center. The center would also have a funding division. Again, instead of applying straight to the defendant, the Government of Canada, for funding, First Nations would apply to this funding division of the independent center to receive funding to research and develop their claims. Thirdly, the independent center would have what we call a resource hub, which would be a central repository of information and would provide training and research opportunities for First Nations and other practitioners involved in resolving specific claims. Fourth, the independent center would have an alternative dispute resolution body, which would provide a roster and availability of mediators, facilitators, and others who would provide a venue for negotiated resolution of their claims. And finally, where the negotiated resolution of specific claims is impossible, First Nations will continue to have access to the existing specific claims tribunal. Together, we have a generational opportunity to transform the way that specific claims are resolved, not only by eliminating the conflict of interest and arbitrary limits on financial compensation, but by providing a venue for the recognition of Indigenous laws and breathing life into the concept of legal pluralism. This is a generational opportunity because it's one that has been called for from First Nations for literally generations. And we've now reached a point where the Government of Canada and the Assembly of First Nations, through our mandate, share a joint commitment to this transformation. But the upcoming election, which we know will take place at the latest in October of 2025, poses a challenge to the passage of the legislation that is required to establish and implement the independent center. And that is something that we continue to be cognizant of in our joint work. Now, this slide, I think I could go on for an hour, but I'll be brief on this one. The Council of Experts in Indigenous Laws, many of whom, or some of whom you'll hear from this afternoon, one of whom you heard from this morning, Stephen Augustine. The Council of Experts in Indigenous Laws was established by the AFN in 2023 in recognition of our very limited knowledge and awareness of how exactly the laws of First Nations will be applied in the specific claims process. The SEAL, as we call it, continues to participate in specific claims implementation working group meetings and provides both the AFN and Canada in that context with guidance and advice on how to recognize Indigenous laws. It's a group that we're incredibly proud of at the AFN, and it includes Chief Willie Littlechild, Sakich Henderson, Hereditary Chief on the Mi'kmaq Grand Council, Stephen Augustine, Sarah Morales, Heidi Stark, Darcy Lindbergh, and John Burrows. So we really look forward to continuing to hear from the SEAL and to seek their involvement in our co-development efforts. Just about 1 year ago today, it was on June 13th, we hosted our first Indigenous Laws Gathering in Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory in what is currently Vancouver, British Columbia. This was a tremendous opportunity for us to have an initial discussion and to learn from participants about how they would see their laws applying and being recognized in the resolution of specific claims. From that gathering, as summarized earlier by Nishadehani Eric Morris, we generated a list of 6 teachings. The first is that in order to properly recognize First Nations laws, there's a need to maintain flexibility. Similarly, in order to respect the wide diversity of First Nations laws, the Independent Center and the specific claims process in general need to make space for the wide diversity of legal systems and approaches. Rather than prescribing exactly how First Nations laws would apply through the process, our vision is for an independent center that provides that space for First Nations laws to be restored and to flourish. Thirdly, it's necessary to recognize Indigenous laws throughout all aspects of claims resolution, meaning that a process in which First Nations laws were recognized on a symbolic or ceremonial manner only would not be complete, and that it is through both procedural and substantive elements of claims resolution that First Nations laws must be recognized. Fourthly, there is a need to honor and respect First Nations protocols and ceremonies throughout claims resolution. Fifthly, the recognition of Indigenous laws is not only an obligation on the Government of Canada, but it is in fact something that can help to restore kinship and harmony after significant harms have been caused. And finally, there's a need to actively support the restoration of Indigenous laws, which, as we've heard from several speakers, have been historically excluded from Canadian legal processes. There's a need for actively supporting the restoration of those laws, especially by providing adequate resources. In February of 2024, the Specific Claims Implementation Working Group met and held a 3-day facilitated co-development session with an independent facilitator to resolve issues where we had misalignment and to arrive at a consensus. What this led to was the publication of a joint discussion document which describes those main functions of an independent center where the AFN and the Government of Canada have alignment. These include those 5 main functions of the independent center that I described a few slides earlier. This discussion paper also sets out the areas where we have more work to do, including on who exactly can file a claim, noting that currently eligibility is restricted based on the Indian Act definition of a band. And the other significant outstanding issue is that $150 million cap on financial compensation at the tribunal, which prevents First Nations from having an adjudicated pathway to equitable compensation. One element of our discussion paper, which actually permeates throughout the whole paper itself is the recognition of Indigenous laws. And it is a recognition that in order to be fair, in order to be seen as being fair, the Independent Centre needs to have Indigenous laws play a role throughout all aspects of claims resolution as dictated by the participating First Nation. So what this means in practice is that in the Independent Centre, First Nations would be able to use and apply their laws in the ways that they deem are appropriate. This means that, for example, in the development and submission of a claim, a First Nation could rely on information and evidence about Indigenous laws. Similarly, in a negotiation process, a First Nation could rely on its laws or could seek to utilize its own method of dispute resolution. And finally, recognition of Indigenous laws also means that they would be substantively recognized through tribunal adjudication. As I mentioned earlier, the wide diversity of First Nations laws requires us to be cognizant of that, of the need for flexibility. What we've focused on in our discussions about the Independent Centre is creating the space for diverse uses and applications of Indigenous laws, but by no means prescribing exactly how they would be used. This would support First Nations in that transition into an era of true legal pluralism, an era in which First Nations laws are viewed as equal in weight to the common law and Quebec's civil code, and truly respected as they must be, as described in the UN Declaration. We also recognize that the Independent Centre will need continuous support on how to recognize Indigenous laws. And for that reason, we've included in our design an advisory committee on the application of Indigenous laws, which would support the Centre itself to design its processes in a way that enables First Nations to articulate and use their laws as appropriate. What we envision is an advisory body of Indigenous legal experts, scholars, and practitioners that would provide guidance, advice, and teachings to the Centre. And it would be key that the members of that committee would reflect the wide diversity of First Nations laws, legal orders, and languages. In terms of our next steps, we will continue to seek guidance from the Council of Experts in how to recognize Indigenous laws in the specific claims process. We'll continue meeting through the Specific Claims Implementation Working Group to co-develop reform options, which we would then present to First Nations in Assembly and to Federal Cabinet for approval and ultimately implementation. With that, I'd like to thank you all for listening. And I hope that we have a few minutes at least for questions and comments at the end, but I'd like to reiterate, as always, that you can feel free to reach out to the AFN. I'll be here, Aaron, the Director of Lands, will be here, and our contact information is here for you to reach out to us. Thank you.
We're off to a roaring start. Scano, Sego, Kwe, bonjour, and hello. I won't take long because I do think it's really important to acknowledge and recognize first the gathering in the territory of the Huron-Wendat, and in orienting us to territory and how significant it is to meet within territory as we talk about the recognition and the inclusion of Indigenous law in dispute resolution with the Crown. I want to give thanks to all of the relations whom are here with us that sustain us, strengthen us, protect us while we are here. We've entitled this second gathering Holding Space. It is an action. It is a verb. It requires a deliberate intentionality on our part. It requires an intentionality for the Crown. The Crown is always the party at the table. And we have been saying for decades, our work and our achievement in Canada is incremental. And we know that it's incremental. But when we use words of resiliency and perseverance, it is because we know that in the resolution of these disputes, while they continue to happen and those are good achievements, there is an imbalance at these tables. It is an imbalance that Sakech Henderson, who's a member of our Council of Indigenous Law Experts, would say is an injustice that has not lost its sting with the passage of generations. I am only one member of the AFN team. There are many members whom guide this work and shape this work, whom are here and online. Canada's team at our table is also present. And I'm glad, Garima, you are here, because Canada's voice in how we are going to collaborate together is important. We are educating as we are constructing, and that duality of purpose cannot be lost. Dialogue and collaboration have to guide our efforts, which is why we gather. Our first gathering was almost exactly a year ago in Vancouver on the 13th of July of 2023. And we promised each other last year that we would come to the East and gather again. And so here we are, asking if we are going to deconstruct the specific claims process as they are currently resolved, then First Nations laws have to be involved in the guidance of that reconstruction and transformation. If we are truly going to recognize the language as we sit beside the St. Clair, the St. Charles River, as long as the grass grows, the sun shines, and the rivers flow, which is a metaphor for the enduring nature of the treaties and relationships that guide the foundations of the disputes that give rise to us being at the table. What is it going to mean to truly achieve and reconcile not what Western legal traditions would say is fair or impartial or transparent? How do we describe fair, transparent, and impartial? What does it mean to give due recognition? Who's taping me? Jody, you're interrupting my remarks. What does it mean to give due recognition to Indigenous peoples' laws, traditions, customs, and land tenures? What does that mean before the Crown makes a decision on a specific claim? We know what it means when the Government of Canada, based on its own legal advice, renders a decision on validity. We have known what it has meant when Canada's response to the confrontation at Oka was to create the Indian Claims Commission. I was a part of that process. I served as Commission Counsel to the Indian Claims Commission for 13 years. And while it was a significant improvement, it had one significant failing. It was an inquiry body after Canada made a decision. But we learned. And what did we learn? We inserted into the process the First Nations oral tradition and history as evidence, as part of the collective story. We did that in recording, in meeting, in language, of all of the diversity of nations that brought their issues to the Claims Commission. But it also had another imbalance, and that is to compel First Nations in making our submissions to the Government of Canada to rely upon what is predominantly archival research. And archival research is a repository of predominantly Crown notes and Crown narrative. Our voice is not reflected in those narratives. It is the agent's record of what they heard. It is the Superintendent General's record of instruction. Where is the community's voice in interpreting what is being spoken? What are their directions to leadership? What is the community's decision-making and thinking processes? That is the collective energy that we are bringing and want to advance today forward in a new process. The courts are equally grappling. I would encourage anyone who's interested in what the judiciary is contemplating to read two background materials. One written as late as 2012. The Chief Justice in British Columbia wrote a paper called The Duty to Learn, and he's compelling the judiciary in BC, but since then throughout the country, on the necessity for them to have bigger ears and what it means for them to actually comprehend the space that they need to create. In 2021, Chief Justice Bowman wrote the compendium, The Duty to Act, similarly to the judiciary in BC. But here's what we can take away. That the participants in Canada's legal system know that there are better forums than the adversarial court processes, and we call them alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. But that's Western language. What we have the responsibility before us is, as architects of an alternative process, not simply to seek to apply Western legal concepts to a specific claims resolution that's devoid of our tradition, that's devoid of our law. If we do that, we simply perpetuate the same injustice that Saugatuck Henderson spoke about, and we just pass it to the next generation. No. The center that we seek to create needs to provide the bridge. It needs to provide the bridge to the First Nations laws, traditions, ceremonies, song, tradition, territory that we're speaking of this morning. How we view and have experienced Crown conduct is to first ask, how do we see and think about something before we call it a problem? What is the right action for us? How do we invite a process of listening, of questioning, without a rush to deciding? How can we create space for equals to dialogue respectfully, reciprocally, in full recognition that First Nations laws and traditions walk alongside and are not inferior to Western legal tradition? Our laws have survived and they have endured, and we have much to contribute in a reimagined, forward-looking claim center that must respect, create, and sustain the space for our language, ceremony, procedures, and laws to help in the resolution of disputes. So where and how do we begin? That's why we've gathered. That's why we're meeting. That's why we're talking. And we will do so for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. Nyawe for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both Jessie and to Kathleen. Ndeo, Kwe, bonjour, hello. Je suis très heureuse d'être ici, sur le terre de la nation Huron-Wendat. It's absolutely a pleasure for me to be joining this Indigenous Laws Gathering. I'd like to first start out by thanking Chief Remy Vincent and Council for inviting Deputy Minister Valerie Gideon to be on this panel. I'm not Valerie Gideon. And she had hoped to be here, but she had to attend to matters elsewhere in the country. And so I feel very fortunate that she couldn't be here. I don't know how you feel, but I feel very fortunate that she couldn't be here because I'm able to take her place. And I just think, you know, being here in this beautiful building, it's my first time here. It's just incredible with the river flowing. You know, you see it out the window. The land, as you mentioned, the importance of being on land, and to be here to learn from and work with you. As the Grand Chief mentioned this morning, Minister Ananda Sangari, who's the Crown Indigenous Relations Minister for the federal government, was here and joined the Grand Chief last month to announce a settlement between the Huron-Wendat Nation and the Government of Canada on the Rockmont Reserve specific claim. And you'll have heard the Grand Chief mention that it took 30 years and that Canada initially refused that. This is why we're here today, to not continue to have those sorts of timelines. I also want to thank the knowledge keeper this morning and the dancers, Regional Chief Ghislain Picard, Assemblée des Premières Nations Quebec Labrador, Nashidehani, Chief Eric Morris from the Teslin Tlingit Council, representing the AFN Chiefs Committee on Lands, Territories, and Resources. Other First Nations leaders, including Hereditary Chief Augustine, the Council of Experts on Indigenous Laws. I just love SEAL. I wish there was an acronym for the Specific Claims Implementation Working Group, but SCUG doesn't sound so good. And also, you know, I do want to thank the members of the Implementation Working Group. We're learning from First Nations knowledge keepers and thought leaders that are here today. And I just, you know, we have to focus on how the center, Jesse spoke about the center, Kathleen did as well, how the Center for the Resolution of Specific Claims can elevate. You know, it was referenced this morning. How can this center elevate Indigenous laws in the specific claims resolution process? And as was mentioned, a process that you've been calling on to be changed for generations, a process that will be changed for generations to come as well. I'm honored that you've included us, those of us who are from the Government of Canada, to be part of your ceremonies and protocols. It's central to the practice of Indigenous laws. And so to include us here today as part of that, and the path forward in terms of the center and the learning, it's critical. The theme for this gathering is holding space. Holding space. What a great theme as we co-develop a specific claims process that includes meaningful space for First Nations laws and legal orders. The work we're doing together on specific claims reform is guided, as Chief Eric Morris mentioned, and Jesse also noted, by the principles enshrined and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and especially Article 27, which requires states give due recognition to Indigenous peoples' laws, traditions, customs, and land tenure systems in the claims resolution process. And we heard about customs this morning as well. Our goal with reform is to increase fairness and timelines in the resolution of specific claims. And I heard it clearly, fairness from whose perspective, and timelines from whose perspective. You heard this morning not just about the Rockmont claim, which took 30 years and was initially refused by the government, but also there were references to other claims that have taken a long time. So the objectives of fairness and timeliness are critical. And it's, what does that mean for you? It's not, we've had what it's meant from a government perspective for a long time. But what does it mean for you? And these objectives will be supported by ensuring that there is space for Indigenous leadership of this specific claims center. So the proposal that was referred to. So there's Indigenous leadership for that specific claims center. Space for Indigenous participation and perspectives in the administration of the center and the services it provides. And space for guidance and insight of Indigenous knowledge holders, as well as experts in Indigenous laws and legal orders throughout the resolution process. As was mentioned, specific claims reform, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to be really innovative and progressive in establishing a path forward that draws on the insights of those of you who have been working for so long, for decades, to teach us about Indigenous laws. It's to move beyond teaching us to embedding it into the center, into the processes. And I did notice that the proposal for the reform proposal was recently published on the AFN website. It's there for everyone. And if it's not yet up on the CERNAC website, it will be soon. It is up? Okay, I know we're just waiting for the go-ahead. So it's up on the CERNAC website as well. And I do recognize that in the proposal, there are some issues that will need some more work. But we are eager to build from the reform proposal that's up on the website that Jesse talked about, so that the vision for an improved specific claims process can be realized and realized soon. Over the coming months, both CERNAC and AFN will continue to seek feedback from rights holders on this proposal. Broad support among First Nations across the country, and you're representing a lot of them here today, it will be critical to have the momentum behind this initiative for us to move forward. We're committed to this work. The Deputy Minister, Valerie Gideon, and I, and the entire team at CERNAC are very engaged in advancing this through our own system in the federal government. And I know that the Chiefs Committee and the AFN team is also very engaged in advancing this through the process at AFN. Events such as this gathering and advice from experts such as Hereditary Chief Augustine, Ava, Kathy, help us to develop a way forward together for the center, for elevating Indigenous laws, for reflecting on le processus interne et au Sherwin, le processus délibératif avec les deux étapes. And we will create and hold space for this work to continue. I want to thank the members of the Council of Experts in Indigenous Laws for supporting the specific claims reform co-development process. I think it's critical to have this group, and I really applaud just, putting it in place and the support that they've been providing. I look forward to the rest of the forum, and please don't hesitate to talk to me, during breaks, over lunch, or other officials who are present today. So Stefan Mariation, who's the Director General of Specific Claims, François Routier, who is the Director of Specific Claims Policy, Karen Foss, who's over there, who works on litigation management, and Shannon McAvenue from the Department of Justice, who's at the back there. So reach out to any one of us, either, today or tomorrow. I will mention as well, along with specific claims, I'm also responsible for the redesign of the additions to reserve policy. That's another one where requests for additions to reserve have been in the system for a long time, and we really need a holus bolus redesign of that policy. So we're working on that as well, and working closely with the AFN on that as well. So by prioritizing Indigenous laws, we can make progress on reconciliation. And that in turn benefits all of us. Te wahek, merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your presentation was supposed to be was technical, or was labeled technical, but I think it was very informative. All three of you, thank you very much. But hey, hang on, don't get up too fast. I would think we probably have about 10 minutes for questions. If anybody has questions, Dwayne, I think you need to use the mic just so that the people online can hear it. Somebody's bringing it to you. Please say where you're from and who your question's for, or if it's for all.
There, it's on now. Masiti Gastant Kakastuk to a south, Atlangal Chish Huron-Wendat. My name is Dwayne Gaston Aquan with Teslin Council, where Chief Eric Morris is from. We, self-governing First Nations, we all have dispute resolutions within our final agreements. In the Yukon, it's never been implemented because Canada has to agree to the process, and Canada has never agreed to it. So we have processes that are already set up, but we just need to amend them. Similar to what Nunavut had to do when Nunavut took Canada to court and they had the out-of-court settlement. They came up, part of the settlement that they agreed to was that their dispute resolution could be initiated by any signatory to their agreements. So maybe that's something that we need to be looking at within the Yukon. Teslin Council had to take Canada to court because we couldn't go through the dispute resolution, and we won. We don't want to have to go to court. We want to negotiate. We want to go through the dispute resolution, but we need Canada to be willing to work together with us as well. So thank you. Gunshish.
These next ones. No? Okay. All right. We have in the front question.
Just a moment.
Again, it's the tech section, but getting the tech to work.
Sorry, thank you. Ken Young, Pascal Cree Nation, Treaty 5. And I just wanted to announce that on the 25th of this month, I'll be celebrating 50 years at the Manitoba Bar. I've been a lawyer for 50 years, and I didn't think I'd get there, but it's coming. The question I have is a practical one. Claims are practical. They should be resolved in a practical way. Our claim should not be different from any other claim. So the question I have, and I emailed one of the presenters, in what way will recognition of First Nations, Indigenous, in brackets, another favorite word of everybody these days, Indigenous, laws being invoked in the specific claims renewal speed up settlement of claims? Will it result in better settlements? My view is settle the claims through normal negotiations used in all claims processes where equity is an issue. All First Nation claims include equitable issues. Is this an impediment? The specific claims policy for sure is. It's been there for years, created by Canada. It's created much problems for First Nations claimants. And this tribunal, as it's structured now, is problematic because it limits claims that are worth more than $150 million to $150 million. And people who are poor, and many of our people are. Poverty is the biggest issue facing our people today. Every day. And poor people will make decisions that are not in their best interest, just to get money. And this process invites that. Take the cap out and allow people to get a fair return for their claims. The Mississauga First Nations claim was settled under the policy, under the specific claims tribunal. They settled on the basis of $150 million. And that claim includes all of the city of Toronto. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? How is that fair? How can Canada live with that? The trustee and the fiduciary. I just don't understand that. So I think that we're going to be responsible and we're going to be fair. Our people are going to have to take tougher positions on this issue. They're going to have to demand a fairer process, or else leave the claims process in the regular process. A normal claim is a normal claim. Don't treat our claims any different. And I just wanted to say those words not to disrespect anyone. I don't think it's wise to do that. It's better to be firm, but always be fair. And that's where I'm coming from. And I've been through this mill for quite a long time now. I was a regional chief for 2 or 3 terms. Never finished them because of situations that happened that required my departure to do other things. But this process was there when I was there. And it's been there for, in my view, contrary to what happened in 1982, when the Constitution was repatriated and Section 35 became the law. The policy is illegal because it was created after 1982 without First Nation input. Many policies are. And I think that as we go forward, to try and get things done that are fair and reasonable, I think that our leadership and the people that work for us must take firmer positions on these issues. Firmer, not disrespectful, but, you know, I think that our people deserve that. No doubt about that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Any comments?
Thank you so much for your comments. And I just want to start by first saying congratulations, 50 years. So congratulations on that. I hear you in terms of equitable. And what does that mean? And will this new center, will this new process lead to any more timely resolution of claims, better settlements, more fair settlements? And in terms of the tribunal cap, you know, you mentioned there's a cap of 150 million. And that is one of the outstanding issues that we have that we still need to work on, is that cap. It was a cap set almost 20 years ago, and it hasn't changed since then. So it hasn't changed based on, you know, consumer price index, for example, based on anything. There's no escalator in it. I will say that over the last decade or so, there have been, and Stefan can correct me if I'm wrong, but there have been about 5 claims that resulted in a decision from the tribunal. Most of the claims, even when they go through the tribunal, we negotiate them. And in negotiations, we're able to negotiate, we're able to get mandates that are higher than the 150 million through negotiations. So, but I do recognize that there is a cap. It's, you know, people have referred to it as an arbitrary cap that's there in the tribunal. And it is an issue that we do want to work on through this reform process. Thank you for raising those issues.
Okay. You want to do it more? Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. We did have one question that was online. Someone asked about additional reading materials for into dispute resolution. So the person who asked, you could probably start with the AFN website to look at that and look at our laws arise from the land. I can't see you, but anyways, have a look at the website. And then we had some other speakers, questions. Where we go. Okay. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chief Calvin Bruno, Papachaise First Nation, based out of Edmonton. Just want to thank the for the invitation and for the elder to who said a prayer earlier, and just thankful to be here. As some of you know, about our situation in Edmonton, the reserve was illegally surrendered by the feds, and to make way for the development of Edmonton. So my question is, it's complicated. One is, where's the center going to be developed? Is it going to be just one, or are you going to have numerous centers? Because the way I see it, you also have, you got your Ottawa archives, you got your other archives in universities, but you got, you got the archives in Winnipeg. You have different provincial archives in Edmonton. So you have different these repositories, but why not have just one big one where you can get everything together? And and from what I'm hearing too, they have the RG10 files that apparently they have people going through them, to, I guess, organize them better. That's from what I'm hearing. But then you also had the TAR files that Alberta through the predecessor, the Indian Brotherhood, got monies for that back in the 70s. And I looked through those files when I was much younger. But what happened was Alberta chiefs, Indian Resource Council, they decided to split them up by treaty territory. I felt that was a big mistake. I know they're giving it to individual bands, but I thought we needed something where you had a huge resource. So that's what I'm asking. If you're going to have it in different parts of the country, but then that's extra cost, right? Or are we going to just have it in Ottawa or centrally located? That's the other question. But the other question too is, our claim is a big claim, and now South Edmonton is built on our the old reserve, and so it blows way past this 150 cap. So that's gonna be the issue there too. Is when it comes to settlement, I know Siksika got a $1.3 billion settlement here recently, and I believe there's other claims out there that are much larger than the 150 as well, or claims that have been that's another question too, is bands go back retroactively, if they felt that they were shortchanged. So these are things we got to think about, but settling current claims would also, maybe there's some nations out there that felt that they should have got more. So just so much to go on about this stuff, but I just think that we do need to speed up the process. And one comment I want to make is, why not have a different? Like, I know you had the tribunal, to settle these things, but wouldn't it help matters if maybe perhaps the senators were involved from Parliament? To make a committee to help speed up these claims. I'm just thinking of speeding this up because, when you talk about these processes, a lot of time they go for years. You look at a claim like Lubicon. I didn't really realize it took 80 years to just get it to the place where it's been settled. So, there's other claims out there still outstanding. It shouldn't take that long. And the other thing too, wouldn't it be easier to admit? And I know it's probably difficult for Ottawa to admit that they were just wrong in a lot of cases. I think it'd be easier. Whereas, why do you have to drag them to court? I just prove our case and then they admit to it and then then settle it instead of having to appeal. I know it's a court process, but to me it just seems silly that you have to paint them in a corner. right? So anyway, these are just some comments I want to make that, because I'm always thinking, how can we speed things up? How can we make streamline things? I'm glad we're on the right track, with a lot of what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Anybody want to respond?
Thank you, Chief Bruno, for those questions. On the actual physical location of the center, that's not something that we've discussed in detail yet. It's something that I would certainly be interested in hearing more from First Nations on, about how we could ensure proper access for all First Nations, regardless of where the center's physical location eventually ends up being. On your second comment on the cap, I agree fully. The cap perpetuates an injustice for First Nations by denying them the right to adjudication of their claims if they're above 150 million. And that's fundamentally unjust. And we look forward to having more discussions with Canada about that. And I'll turn to Kathleen.
I would invite you, Chief Bruno, to, if you are able and planning on attending the AFN's annual General Assembly in July. Our intention is to host a plenary session during the Assembly, revisiting the entire proposal, explaining in greater detail the elements and having a real dialogue with leadership so we can carry on this conversation. Involvement of the senators. We have sought the involvement of the Senate Committee on Indigenous Affairs to examine the cap. And the reason why we've pursued that is to bring transparency to the lack of research and availability of information about the sustaining of the cap. We know where the thinking may have been in 2007 on the number of claims that would have been captured by that financial limitation. It was predominantly in the absence of what has evolved from the courts in defining compensation. And as the court's judicial determination on compensation has changed, so has the value of what is captured by that number. So part of the invitation is to have the full authority of the Senate Committee to examine the financial limitation of the tribunal.
Great, thank you. No, okay, all right. How quick can? We've gone over our time. One more quick comment, Mr. Young.
I hope I don't fall. I have some issues with waiting for First Nation people to develop laws to resolve their claims. Those claims did not arise as a result of violation of First Nation law. They arose as a result of violation of the colonizers' laws. And that's where they should be settled, based on the principles that have been created by the courts over time. And many of them are good ones. If we're going to wait for laws to be created by First Nation people, when will these claims get resolved? When? 7 generations from now? I think that we need to think this through in a practical way so that whatever gets done will be done in accordance with what the laws were that created those violations of the law of the rights, the land that was lost by our people in certain circumstances over the years. And I think that the word Indigenous, when we're talking about First Nation people, should not be used. We're talking about First Nations people. Indigenous is being used by Canada to define Section 35(2) people as one, Indigenous, implying that all the rights are the same when they're not. The Métis have their own rights. The Inuit have their own rights. For sure, the rights of First Nation people is based on land. I'm not so sure about the other two. That's for them to figure out. I won't stand here and say that they don't have claims. That's for them to figure out. So I think we're going to resolve claims. Let's do it using the laws that were created by the colonizer to fix what it is that they did that was wrong. That's those are my comments, and I'm not saying that's where everybody should go. I'm suggesting that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so thank you, Ken. So we are over time, and I was going to propose this anyways before we went over time, is that we're going to work through the break. And I know that's not a very wise wellness thing to do, but you're more than welcome to get up and go and get your coffee and come back in, because the next session is going to be also a discussion with our team online. And those of you that are on the Council of Experts, if you can identify yourself online so we know who is online. And those of you that have questions, I know there was at least 2 or 3 questions that were not answered from online. The ambassadors have been keeping track of the questions, and we'll note those questions, as well as Winona and Chief Sanderson. I know we didn't get to you, but at the 3:45 session, we'll have you on the first list, okay? So maybe like if you want to go, but we're going to, while we get the online people up, and also Stephen Augustine, if you'd like to come up here with me. This next session is about creating a Center for Resolution of Claims, a panel discussion, and we have Stephen Augustine, as you can see on the stage with me, and we have Heidi and Sarah, I believe, online, and we have a series of 3 questions. The first, and what I'll do is I'll give each person an opportunity to answer each of the questions. The first question is, how can we bring local Indigenous laws into the specific claims process through the center? Do we need to create specific roles within the center to ensure local protocols are known, respected, and First Nations know what to expect of the center? So yes, we can highlight Sarah and Heidi on the screen. And Stephen, while we're doing, oh, there you are. Good to see you both. Thank you. Thanks for patiently waiting. We're a little bit over time. So Stephen, if you'd like to start with that question, and I've got the question if you need it repeated.
Hello. Yes, I think there's a need to have an office or a center or a liaison that would work with First Nations communities wherever the issues arise, because we all have different perspectives of laws in relation to our relationships to the land, and our elders are connected a lot to the land, and a lot of them travel through the land and know and understand their relationship, and so the diversity that's involved in understanding these perspectives, Indigenous relationships, Indigenous laws, it's important to understand them, and we cannot standardize what we call Indigenous or First Nations perspectives of laws. Because of the nature of our geography in Canada, we all come from different areas. Some are covered in snow, some are just prairies, and some are mountains. some are just lakes and rivers. And so the diversity of our relationship with our lands and the people that arrived is so different. And it would be necessary to have an understanding from people who have the necessary expertise and knowledge in the area of law and legal perspectives, as well as indigenous perspectives. So regionality would be more important to be able to adequately and fairly deal with these issues. I think that's going to be important to have an element of that in the claims process.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense with the incredible diversity that we have in Canada. And we have not only between provinces, but also even between and amongst nations, right? Within our own nations as well. Sarah, Cowichan Tribes, what do you think of this?
It's square. I agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Augustine. As I was listening this morning, I was thinking about the words of the two former Chief Justices of the BC Court of Appeal, the late former Chief Justice Finch, who spoke a lot about the duty to learn Indigenous laws and legal orders, and then former Chief Justice Bowman, when he spoke about the duty to act. And I really think we are in that action stage right now as we think about how to recreate or transform our legal institutions in Canada to create space for these intersocietal relationships between Indigenous laws and Canadian law. And so I've been thinking this morning as I've been listening about how important work that's being done right now to transform the specific claims tribunal process and to create this new center is so imperative to this work of standing up Indigenous laws and legal orders and really thinking critically about what it means to live in this legally pluralistic society. And as Dr. Augustine said, it's pluralistic in the fact that we have the common law and the civil law and Indigenous laws, but Indigenous laws themselves are pluralistic. So we really need to be turning our mind to that. And I think that we need to be thinking about that pluralism and the role of Indigenous laws and legal orders in guiding this work in a number of different phases of this project. I think the process itself, so both the negotiation arm of this work and the tribunal need to be transformed as institutions, and they really need to seek to have processes that reflect the legal processes and the legal orders and the dispute resolution principles from the nations who are engaged in that work. So in work that I do with Coast Salish communities, we can think about principles that should guide dispute resolution processes and consensus-based processes. And so we should be thinking and working with nations and doing this work about, what are some of those consensus building processes or checks and balances that need to be in place through a negotiation process. And some of the work that I've done with Coast Salish communities, like there's checks and balances put in place to make sure that there's no power imbalance. We heard just previously, some of the frustration that nations have, not only in engaging with the tribunal process, but also negotiation processes. And so we need to be cognizant of the diversity of nations and the legal principles that guide their dispute resolution processes and thinking about how those work and manifest themselves. Then, of course, it's been spoken about, and AFN already has their eyes in thinking about creating space for the diversity of laws within the substantive piece of the work that the center will do. And I think we also need to think about that in terms of, rules of evidence, roles and responsibilities of individuals who are engaged in those processes, and who is a party themselves to those process. Because I think we really need to be turning our minds to like a true transformation of these institutions in order to reflect Indigenous laws and legal orders and represent all the diversity, if they are in fact going to render decisions that then will be seen to both be legitimate and also lead to positive change within communities. And then finally, I think we need to take account for this diversity or this legal pluralism in the remedies that flow from these processes. And I think in order to do that, we need to work with nations involved and look at their legal orders and their laws to think about, what is the purpose or the goal of remedying harms or resolving disputes, what are compensable harms, and how can we right past wrongs, and be creative in that. I think if in the work that I have done, there's really unique examples of how you remedy a harm, right? And for the most part, it's not compensable by money, right? It's talking about obligations in future relationships, and I think we should also be drawing on the diversity from nations in turning our minds to that in the process. So I'll end there to give time for my fellow SEAL members to respond. But hi, Tabka.
Great. Thank you for that, Sarah. Heidi?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Also really grateful to be able to be here and part of the conversation today. I just want to pick up, I guess, not to repeat things that have already been said, but pick up where Sarah left off.
At the window? It's too hot.
Hang on one second, Heidi.
No problem.
We're hearing a big conversation. Somebody may not have themselves on mute. And just give the child whatever he wants. It's the easiest way at this moment.
Love it. So yeah,
okay,
I just want to pick
Heidi,
up. I'll just pick up where my colleagues have left off, and just want to really reflect on what the kind of main aspiration or goal is for, I think, both Indigenous nations and for Canada through this process is really around getting to a place where we can be in good relationship. And so, I've been thinking a lot about the center and about this process through that lens of what are the things that would be needed to ensure and enable our nations to be able to feel like we're able to be in good relationship. And so, of course, one of the things we've been talking about today has been around the important need to right historical wrongs, and the specific claims process as one form of remedy for that. I would argue that it's really important, much like the conversation we've been having today around things like removing the monetary cap, that these aspects of the process are arbitrary and can't, or getting in the way of meaningful restoration of relationships. I think it's also really important that we be more expansive and inclusive in our thinking around what kinds of claims can come into this process to begin with. So what are the kinds of concerns and issues that our nations have in relation with Canada, and what are how might this center serve to enable us to achieve positive relationships with Canada that, again, can move beyond mere monetary compensation. And so with that, I've also been thinking a lot around the discussion paper that was circulated and the kind of establishment of the center itself. And think it's really important that we do have attention to the need for certain roles, such as the registrar, the resource hub, the funder, and the alternative dispute resolution person. But think it's also really important that we think about what implementation of a new relationship looks like, and wonder if there's also a need within the center for attention towards implementation of that new relationship, recognizing, as Sarah has pointed out, that often monetary compensation is not the only form of remedy that nations are looking for. So what might be other kinds of forms of remedy that can enable the restoration of positive relationships moving forward, whether that's, again, thinking about like co-management agreements, jurisdictional challenges that might arise, implementation of intersocietal laws. Again, as we've been talking a lot about the fact that so much of this work is both about the restoration of Indigenous law, but it's also about the ways in which we translate these laws into spaces that are intersocietal and that need to be able to communicate across difference. And so, I think another kind of aspect that, might be part of the resource hub, might need to be distinct from it, I don't know, is to really think about who's doing that work of translation, and ensuring that we are able to kind of speak across difference, because that's such an important step in being able to reach kind of agreement via negotiations. And so I, of course, keep thinking about this a lot through the lens of treaty, coming from a treaty nation, and recognize that, of course, we had many historical practices within our own laws that enabled us to kind of clear our hearts and minds and be able to meet in a good way. And it's important that a center makes space for that. But we also needed folks who were able to help us translate across difference, and be able to speak in ways that would be understandable to one another. And, even when we look across so much of these examples across history, it's often this like distinct understanding of time that really gets in the way of an ability to kind of have a meeting of the minds and a meeting of the hearts. And so it's interesting that we've also spent a lot of time talking about both fairness and timeliness, but also still find that the solutions we have to put forward are like quite contained by, Canada's desire to ensure that particular kinds of claims won't be able to come through this process, right? So yeah, I know my thoughts are a bit all over the place, but I just want to reflect on the importance of making sure that flexibility is also built into like the very definitions that are driving what we consider claims and restorative justice processes. And I'll leave it at that.
Great, thanks for that. I always find that concept of legal plurality a little bit confusing, because we often talk about it as though it's something we need to get to, when the reality is it's something we always had in this land now called Canada. As Indigenous people, we had different systems of governance and justice and dispute resolution and all of that prior to contact. And we managed, not always in conflict either, but we managed it. And we have legal pluralism in Canada with international laws, provincial laws, municipal laws, religious orders and codes. And it's why we can't wrap our head around it when it comes to Indigenous laws. Of course, I know that's the purpose of what we're doing, but it's something that's just so important. Like it's how and why various people can't wrap their heads around it is always confusing to me. And so part of that helping people get through this is how do we help? Sorry, I forgot to tell the next question, Tech, if you don't mind. How do we support the restoration of laws for communities doing this work now and into the future? And I may just add a bit to that is that we know we have to support our communities in doing this, but when we're doing this, how do we ensure that those that we have to negotiate with and work with actually understand where we're coming from and our concepts, all the concepts that you shared with us earlier, Stephen. How do we, and to use the word that was just used, translate it, the translation of this work and our understanding and culture into workable reality? Stephen?
Yes, some of the examples in terms of translation came up when I was working with a group of elders with the Federal Court Judges of Canada, and in terms of trying to bring into their purview oral history testimonials, and the issue of translation came into play. Like, we cannot just directly translate Indigenous oral history or oral traditions in the court system because they just will not make sense to judges and lawyers who don't know much about Indigenous perspectives of storytelling and how do we keep our histories alive. And so the translation part has to turn around, and we need to have our own experts listening to our elders telling these stories, like in the case of the Delgamuks, Adawak, and I forget the other word. Help me. The storytelling and the songs, Adawak and somebody. Anyway, a lot of their stories were taken literally, and therefore the judge making a judgment or evaluating those knowledge systems, he didn't know what they were all about, and he sort of dismissed everything. And also, I was an expert witness in several access to resources, Aboriginal cases in the Maritimes, especially the logging issues way back in the early 2000s. And I was sharing oral testimony, but they didn't understand what I was talking about. I mean, the judge kind of said, well, hurry up. We're not dealing with that oral history. We're dealing with this. Did they cut the logs? Did they sell the logs? And what did that mean in 1760 when you guys signed the treaty? So it just kind of like cut me off from explaining what I was explaining this morning, trying to say, well, this is our system of law. This is how we relate to our environment, and this is how our clans are divided up and how we treat each other as neighboring other Indigenous groups. And we don't have a notion of exclusivity on this land. And so just the direct translation of is not well enough. So we need our Indigenous experts to add, like anthropologists were used to explain what Indigenous people were saying in a lot of the court cases in British Columbia. But we also need to have our own anthropologists, Indigenous ones who know and are in tune to the actions of our ancestors, how they moved along on the land and how they treated each other on the land. I mean, the idea of exclusive ownership of land and keeping everybody away. I mean, communally, our people were always sharing. I mean, how did the Europeans land in our lands? I mean, land in our territories. I mean, we welcomed them. We thought they were our brothers and sisters, so they were starving, so we helped them with food and medicines and all of that. And so if we had exclusivity laws, European people wouldn't have been here in Canada. If we had exclusivity laws, and the Mi'kmaq are always being blamed for opening the door for the immigration. We didn't ask for passports, and we didn't ask how much money they had or didn't have. Anyway, so that's the issue in terms of translation. I mean, just trying to translate Indigenous laws directly to a legal system is not adequate. We have to get more into details about explaining the context of our laws and our relationships with each other. This is what guides us, how we behave and how we interpret ourselves being on the land. And I think that's an important element in terms of having this consideration. And equally, I mean, we have the specific claims process, and then we have a specific claims tribunal. A lot of times when we don't have solutions or answers or resolutions, we send them over to the tribunal and they decide. But then the tribunal is more like a mainstream system. We don't have an Indigenous tribunal ourselves to take our own perspectives of law to a group of Indigenous experts who can determine and help us decide, whether that's a valid situation or not. Anyway, that's my diatribe. That's where I come from. No.
Well, I think that's the frustration, right?
Yes.
How do we translate what we know and what we know since time immemorial to be true, to fit within the systems that we have to work in today, right? Certainly, as we work with communities and start to restore legal orders and systems of justice and governance and whatnot within communities, that you'll be able to express it more and clearer and translate it perhaps as well. Sarah, in the work that you do, what do you see that's successful in doing that within communities?
Thank you. Yeah, so in the work that I do, I mean, I've been doing a lot of work in child and family services as of late. And recently we're just working on a project to reform provincial court rules and provincial court forms so that the provincial court is better positioned to act as a decision maker in the interim for Cowichan child and family laws. And I think that is like an imperative part of the process. Like, we need to understand that these institutions that were created and these individuals who are trained to be arbiters of justice are all coming from a deeply ingrained sense of what law is, what are the principles that guide the rule of law and the application of law. Yeah, and that deeply impacts the decision that flows out of those institutions themselves. And so I think here, when we think about, how can we support the restoration of laws for communities doing the work now, part of that carving out space is that transformation of the institutions themselves, and then rethinking who the decision makers are, how decisions get made. And in the work that we're doing, we actually have a Sahwen elder advisory body that then works with the provincial court judge to help ensure that the provincial court judge actually understands what is being told or taught to him or her, because we need to understand that our way of life and of relating to the world around it deeply impacts what we see as law or legal or binding. And so how do we ensure that those decision makers understand our life world when thinking about how to receive the information that is being shared with them by our knowledge holders or keepers. I think Dr. Augustine touched on this. Like, we have a very holistic approach to law. Like, when I speak about law in my community, we don't, our elders have a hard time like separating law from their lived experiences, their way of life. Like, it's so deeply ingrained in other practices. And so I think that's a challenge and hard for non-Indigenous people to wrap their minds around it. And I think what we don't want to do is transform our laws and legal orders so it then matches, something that's easy for someone within the Canadian legal system to understand. It's to help expand the minds of those individuals that are part of those systems and help expand the institutions themselves to create space for these new ways of thinking about problems and relating to one another and resolving disputes in a way that's truly reflective of the fabric of Canadian society. And so I think that's like the real challenge and the hard work is like to really push against that and not just say we're going to include Indigenous laws, but actually try to dismantle and rebuild these institutions and try to push against ideas of justice or standards or some of these, these tests that have been created that don't make space for our way of life and our way of relating to one another and our way of like living in a good way on Mother Earth. And so I think that's the challenge. I think that's the most that we could do. I mean, there's also other things in terms of like helping with capacity building and like serving as a hub and connecting like-minded nations that, or communities so that they can have a place to dialogue and a place to share resources and a place to discuss and deliberate and talk about the challenges that they're having. Like this center can't be everything to everyone, but it can serve as a hub and make those connections and see where the needs are that communities have and recognize the struggles or where they're finding that nations are falling short and try to remedy those in an iterative way, because I think the goal really is like this greater transformation. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for that. Like the idea of I like the idea that you mentioned about we don't need to change what we're doing to fit into a box. We can change the box, right, and make space. And if we really want systemic change and true change, authentic change, then that's what would happen, right? Heidi, and the work that you do as well and the communities that you work with, what has been successful?
Yeah, great. It's a great question. I mean, I think that the places we see the greatest success are in those spaces where our laws are able to flourish without having to do that kind of translation work, right? So when we're able to just be within those original structures and systems that these Indigenous laws were meant to be carried out. And yet I also am fine, I think because I just came from ceremonies a couple weeks ago, we're gearing up to go again in a week. I've also been thinking a lot about the ways in which I've seen in my own communities, Indigenous law, Anishinaabe law has been able to flourish in those spaces where we really both hold on to the foundations and deep meaning within our legal traditions, but we also recognize that we live in an ever-changing world and make space for our communities and their rapidly changing needs to adjust our processes and our traditions. And so, I've been thinking about that a lot as we've been thinking around, I come from a community that has, pretty prescribed gender roles, and we've had to think a lot about what this means as, our youth and of course, many folks across generations have been pushing back against these kind of binary constructs that have been harmful in our communities, and so I think it's been really effective when we both understand the origins of where many of these laws come from, because that's some of the things that give it the most strength, but then also recognize when we understand those foundations, we're able to modify and transform the processes we use to bring these laws into function and form in ways that ensure that they continue to serve the needs of our communities. And so I think it's just really important that we, through this process are really thinking about not just what are Indigenous laws that can inform specific claims processes, but also what are the kinds of ways of being, the conditions, the context that gave rise to these legal traditions to come to fruition in the first place. And how do we ensure that we're in our communities constantly creating the space for new traditions to come forward? I think I've thought about this a lot around COVID-19 because there was so much attention, I think, around with COVID around the origins of the jingle dress. And that's a tradition. The jingle dress tradition has only been among our people for about 100 years. It came out of Spanish influenza. Anishinaabe scholar Brenda Child's done a lot of great work looking at where that tradition came from, and it's something that's taken on real importance in our communities and brought forward a number of important laws, but it's also a practice that we were able to engage with and transform in a number of ways when we were facing a global pandemic, right? And I often think about this in terms of how do we ensure that we're both drawing on our legal traditions, but also recognizing that we are trying to create a new world in places that both let us continue to have these long sustaining relationships with our territories and the various beings across our territories, but that also find ways for us to live together that can account for the impacts of colonialism in our communities, right? And so I think that means it's really important for us to be really flexible in our use and considerations of our legal traditions, that we don't fall into the trap or traps of, Western thinking that can sometimes having us assume that our traditions are fixed or rigid. And it also requires Canada and those who are representing and working on behalf of Canada to also have to take seriously many of the things that have become part of Canadian rhetoric, but haven't been taken up in how we reconsider processes, right? So there's tons of rhetoric around discounting the doctrine of discovery, and yet there's this fixation on holding on to an assumption of Canadian, presumption of title and sovereignty over these territories. In order to really engage in a kind of process of negotiation that can be about finding resolution, requires the state to take seriously all the ways in which its own legal traditions have been deeply impacted by colonialism, and to be willing to let go of, or at least loosen the reins on those things that have given the state
its own security and stability, and be willing to sit in a space of discomfort and be willing to, know that, yes, like much of the fabric might unravel in some ways, but that's necessary for us to rework those threads, to produce the kind of society that will be, I think just and fair for all those who want to be able to call these places home, right? And I think as Dr. Augustine was saying, I think the problem wasn't with Mi'kmaq immigration policy, right? It was with the fact that we are people, we all come from these nations that recognize that we live in a deeply interconnected world, and a world in which we have to be able to draw on relations with others. And so it's important that we find processes for how we can, I think, work across different traditions and different ideas and find solutions for both how we live together, but how we live next to each other, how we live even, separate from one another, but recognize what's happening in, we just live in, we know that this is a deeply local and global kind of space, and that what happens across the globe has implications for all of us. And then also what is happening at the very localized level can be deeply meaningful for informing how we should be thinking on bigger scales. So yeah, I would just say that I would encourage our own nations, Indigenous nations, to be flexible. And I would also encourage, Canada to be willing to let go of its own security and its own stability that has been built on, foundations that have no legal, sanctity or legal form here. So I'll leave it at that.
Great. Thank you for that. I think what you're talking about too, when you talk about security and stability, Indigenous nations deserve security and stability as well. And I appreciate the comment about the threads, and we can reweave this fabric that is now Canada if we have that respect and have that understanding that all nations evolve and all nations respond and are reflective and responsive to their environments, as we've seen many, many times. And, the idea or the notion that Indigenous people are confined to one narrative that is, historic and pre-Confederation, is just simply silly. We're all sitting in this room with all this technology and all this stuff going on. And, I'm not wearing my potlatch blanket and I'm not speaking to you in Kwakwala. And even though if you want me to, I could, I suppose, but just be me talking to myself. But we have to recognize that we are all moving forward, and together we are stronger, and we have to have these conversations. And Stephen, I know you wanted to make one more comment.
On just the notion, Leroy Little Bear talks about it a lot. The fact that our nations are alive, the environment is always changing, and we're always adapting to it. We're always, and it kind of reflects almost the ideology in the Canadian court systems of precedents. Every now and then, the court makes a decision, and the decision affects the way other decisions are going to be made in the future. And for instance, abortion laws, laws on suicide, those are always shifting. Not always, but they have shifted over the years. Capital punishment. If some of the people that I knew were sentenced to life because of something they were accused that they committed, but they realized 11 years later, like Donald Marshall Jr., he didn't commit the crime. And if the martial law would have been, or the capital punishment would have been in place, they would have hanged him or electrified him. And what could have been done 11 years later, too bad, they would have said. But going back to that, I recall hanging out with William Commanda. We were out looking for birch bark for making canoes up in KZ, as Natalie would call it. And we were up in the backwoods. We found some birch bark and all of that stuff. And we got talking because I was doing research for my master's degree at Carleton University on Indigenous knowledge systems and comparing with mainstream education process. And I said, how did you become an elder, a teacher with elders' knowledge? He said, I didn't. He said, you know, when I was a little kid watching my elders walking around, they never talked to me. They never said, this is how you hold an axe, and this is how you peel the birch bark off the tree. They never spoke to me. I had to follow them around and be nosy and look how they did it, and so on and so forth. And then he says, that was the only way I learned, was to watch and follow. But as time came along, he said, I got invited to high schools, elementary schools, to talk to children in school. And then university started to invite me, he said. And so grandfather's knowledge, grandfather's teachings, he said, those things were never teachings to me when I was younger. So that shifting element, he said, now I have to go to universities and talk to mostly non-Indigenous people, but you'll see one or two or three of our people sitting in the classroom. But then he said, then the notion started to take place about elders' teachings of our elders. He said that when I was a little kid, I never heard that, he said. And so that is the paradigm shift that's happening in our culture that Heidi and Sarah were talking about. And those kind of shifts are something that need to be incorporated and acknowledged in the processes that we're involved in the specific claims tribunal, specific claims independent center. We need to be able to adjust in the same way that the mainstream common law court system has adjusted over the years with their precedent-setting cases. Anyway, that's all. Just wanted to. I was remembering Leroy's statement about us being alive, moving along and adjusting and shifting and adapting, and I think that's the reality of us moving forward.
Absolutely. And I think it goes to the notion that you talked about earlier of the generations, of the young to the old. I know just as you were talking, it reminded me, and I just actually looked at my thumb to see if the scar was still there. But for us, cutting fish is a big thing, and everybody participates in the preparation of cutting fish and drying fish and smoking fish and canning, jarring, all that stuff. And all the kids are always there. And then all of a sudden, my granny handed me a knife, and it was my turn to start cutting the fish. So I promptly cut my thumb. And she says, I didn't show you that. And then she just, rinsed it off actually now I realize in the water that was full of fish blood and stuff, and just put a Band-Aid on it and gave me the knife back again, which I think is, if you look at, it's very indicative, I think, of the strength of Indigenous cultures, that everybody has a role to play. You make a mistake, you are given an opportunity to do it again and to keep trying, and you have a role to play in making the society and the community stronger and better. Versus, I guess, today I don't know if kids are even allowed to have knives or touch knives, or let alone have to stand out all summer until the fish is done, right? All day long in the hot sun without. There was, I'm old, so there was no hanging them up, and there was no chance to go inside and watch TV or have a phone or whatever kids do, games and stuff. So yeah, thanks for that. So we're really appreciate all of the wise words that you've all shared, and knowing that we're just a little bit towards the end of this session, is there maybe one thing, and maybe Heidi, I just saw you shake your head. So Heidi, I'll go with you, each of you though. Just one last thing that you think is absolutely vital or imperative that is a must for every community to revitalize their ways of knowing and being, and to be able to, as you said, go after something that doesn't need to be translated or transformed into other cultures or languages. So just is there one last kind of a piece of advice that you'd give?
Yeah, I mean, I think in many ways it's the example you just gave, right? That we have to resist these, structures that seek to separate out our communities by age or gender or profession, that like what has often enabled so many of our traditions, practices, and legal processes to function has been the ways in which that gets transmitted across the generations. And then like that, we also have to have an understanding of one another's roles in those processes, right? So again, I think the example you gave of a community working collectively to tend to fishing is, I think, such a great example, and one that we can apply to also how we think about legal processes. So what are some of the ways, I think for the center, what might be some of the ways we ensure there's both like a kind of distributive governance model, but one that is ensuring transmission of knowledge across these different roles, engagement across them, and awareness of each other's kinds of teachings and roles and practice across those functions. So I think those would be my closing thoughts.
Great, thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, I guess my closing thoughts is, I mean, I've always learned so much from all of our communities and the way that they are in the world. And I'm always just so impressed by the humility and respect with which our communities come into these spaces and engage in these conversations and think about the place of their laws and legal orders. And I always say it's like, as I get older, I'm sort of like in my grumpy era, or maybe I'm just like in my 40s now, but I kind of just want our people to just like have confidence and take up the space in a way that still stays true to their, to these principles of humility and respect that I think really guide our relationships. But I think this is hard work. There's been so many decades and decades of harm done on our laws and legal orders, but they are still there, and they still guide our communities and families in beautiful ways. And so part of me is just like, we just need to just, take up that space and have that confidence with the acknowledgement that it is hard work. It is a grind, but the transformative power of it is just unmatched. So thank you.
Great, thank you. We have to be hopeful and keep moving forward. And the last to you, Stephen.
Yes, I think the key element, the key word is reconciliation. I mean, it's been brought up. We had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and with 96 calls to action, 94 really. and I was just thinking about our own people, reconciliation among our own peoples. Our people have been colonized so well that our knowledge, our traditional education has been taught out of us. Our people have lost their language. They don't speak their indigenous languages anymore. We've lost our history. Champlain and Cartier are culture heroes now. And so it's important for us, in order to consider indigenous perspectives of law. I mean, we have to think about it in all aspects of it. We as indigenous peoples are not happy with each other. We have conflicts with each other. And I think it's important for us to kind of think about the mother that kind of brought us, all of us into this world, cleaned us and fed us and taught us to rely on each other as brothers and sisters of this whole dynamic of humanity. And like Dalai Lama said, it seems like the indigenous peoples in North America are holding the humanity of the world together. I mean, imagine that. I mean, if that was the ruling rule of law or foundational constitution of humanity, we wouldn't have the wars that are going on. I mean, I get really emotional seeing how many people are being killed and destroyed and properties. Out of all of that, I mean, where is the humanity? And so in terms of reconciliation, one of the elements that really touches me is I'm a hereditary chief. I'm on the Mi'kmaq Grand Council, and we were in existence before colonialism, before the Indian Act system started in Canada. And in the 1880s, there was federal statute law that says we no longer recognize life chiefs. We no longer recognize life chiefs. And a lady wrote a book, Martha Elizabeth Walls, No Need for a Chief in This Community. And she argues that the indigenous peoples in Eastern Canada, the Mi'kmaq people, were protesting this whole idea of the Indian Act triennial system of electing chiefs. They resisted that, and the Mi'kmaq Grand Council is that resistance of the whole Indian Act system that's been imposed on our peoples. So I think one of the main elements of moving forward and creating positive dialogue between all of us is to recognize the existence of hereditary chiefs and those traditional governance structures. And we are all related to one another. We're all indigenous people, and we're working in different factions. And I think there needs to be more a concerned element about love and peace. Oh. Caring for each other. I just saw Willie coming into the building. My friend. Thank you. Thank you for your strength. And it's just the peace, the idea of being us human beings and loving each other and caring for one another. I mean, that's my message.
Thanks for that. And I think it reflects on, I think, probably a theme, even though it wasn't an intentional theme of what everybody spoke about today, is that balance and in that relationship. And that as Indigenous people, there's always this quest for balance, for writing things, for making, again, a place and a space for everybody, and ensuring that we're always moving forward together, which is that love and which is that peace. And as you mentioned too, the 7 elements, and I know others on the today mentioned the idea as well of coming with your heart and coming with your, not just your mind, but coming with your heart and doing what are being honorable or honoring our ancestors, but also keeping it and forefront the next generations to come. And that is something that's pretty profound. And we know the results and the consequences of colonization and where our people are today, that it's going to take a tremendous amount of work to get us out of this and to move us forward. It's a day-to-day grind. But as Sarah mentioned hope, and I certainly know that sometimes hope is hard to find. Sometimes I find if you sleep overnight. It resurfaces first thing in the morning, hopefully. But thank you for that. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Heidi. I do wish you were in here in person, but wonderful to see you online. Thanks for that. And so we have the next session. As I said, we are going through the break. But if you do need to go out, not all of you at once like last time, some of you at a time. Just kidding. Go do what you need to do. But we'll continue to the next session. And I think Stephen will stay up here with me. And I'm going to ask Kathleen to come up because we do have a bit of a speakers list left over from the last session. And we will continue with that. But we also have some questions, the 7 questions that will appear on the screen, I think, if the tech team can put that up. But so, yeah, we've got a couple of minutes and then we'll start up again. Winona.
Okay, thank you. My name is Winona Polson-Lahash. I'm the Chief Political Advisor to the elected council in the Mohawk territory of Kahnawake. I first wanted to just acknowledge the host nation for allowing us to hold this gathering in this territory. It's much appreciated. I want to sort of congratulate all of the speakers and commend them for the wealth of knowledge that was presented today. I think it's, for myself anyways, brought me a lot of fodder to be able to wade through and think about, and it's not easy content to navigate in my mind, because the idea of Indigenous law and an Indigenous worldview and its compatibility and interfacing to the Canadian legal framework is not something that is an easy thing to contemplate, right? The coexistence of these systems and how they interface together requires a lot of work, I think, and is going to require a lot of time to be able to explore. So I also want to sort of commend the work that's been done to date on reform as an excellent start. I think that there's some large commitments that are being made. I think that there's some follow through that needs to sort of accompany those commitments. And I guess I had sort of a question about maybe the scope of that. I had 2 questions, actually. One is the scope of this notion of reform taking into consideration Indigenous laws. And sort of like what I saw in the presentation was that the reform is very process oriented, right? So it's very focused on reform of the process and the procedural aspects of claims resolution. So more along the lines of like intake, like some sort of a review process. There's not a lot mentioned on the negotiations. I guess I'll call it phase because I don't really know what else to call it, but when there's active negotiations going on. And for those of us that are sitting at tables, that can be a very extensive process. It can be decades long. And I sort of had a question about whether or not the consideration of Indigenous laws is going to apply to some of the substance and the instruments that are used in the negotiations themselves as well, or is it more at current focused on consideration of Indigenous laws and ways of knowing in the process? The reason I ask is because within that negotiations phase, there's certain instruments that make the negotiations highly problematic and don't take into consideration the places that we're coming from in communities when our feet are on the ground and they're grounded in culture. So we've got certain philosophical ideologies, certain ways of knowing the world. It's our worldview, certain ways of understanding natural law that is embedded, and understanding that, and I think there was a wealth of of a display of this morning, the understanding that every action has a repercussion and that you change one thing and it has waves, right? And so there's certain tools or instruments, because I don't know how else to describe them, that are in that negotiations process, things around valuation, around land component, real land component, legal principles and objectives of the parties, and on the federal side, this preoccupation with what we saw over the last 40 years be extinguishment moving to finality, now moving to certainty, which are all equate to essentially the same thing legally. And then how does that interface with other issues that were raised by some of the speakers earlier and referenced, things like overlapping interests of different nations and reconciliation between nations, especially in overlap territories. So those Indigenous laws and how that's integrated, is it the intent to also get to those pieces that are integral parts of negotiation? Because those are the make or break of whether or not we can actually find resolution in claims negotiations. In the community that I come from, there's a principle that's followed, which is it's titled at current. If anyone ever visits Kahnawake, you'll notice as soon as you arrive, because there's signs all over the place that say not one more inch. That means no more land. That means it's not about money, it's about land. And the whole valuation mechanism for value, for calculating the value of a claim and estimating the value of it is based on the concept that there's going to be a legal mechanism of certainty reached. And so there's an assumption that there's a release, and there's an assumption that there's cash for land in some way, whether that's a third party that acquires the parcel or the First Nation that acquires a parcel. And that is something that is not it's virtually impossible to reconcile that with the Indigenous principles of the community that we come from. And so that's one example out of all of those sort of instruments. I don't want to go on and on about it, but I think that, in my own opinion, reform needs to also speak to the points of reference and the mechanisms that are being utilized in the negotiations phase. And for ourselves, until some of that reform takes place, I'm not seeing our ability to be able to make substantive advancements in our negotiations. My other question was just sort of around, I know that there was a reference to the legislation. And I'm just wondering if there's any access at all to what the scope of the legislation covers, particularly whether or not it's connected. Is it going to repeal or replace the SCTA, or is it going to be new legislation? Is there any way we can access some of that information? Thank you. I know those are big questions, but thank you.
In a word, yes. Let me try and tackle your first question first. The vision, and it is all encompassing. So we are today talking about how are we integrating Indigenous law into a process that Canada doesn't operate from. I think we recognize that the acceptance and negotiation of specific claims currently is entirely dominated by Western law. It is but one component of the whole of the reform. And our vision, when I say we, I mean the Assembly's vision in our approach to this, has been to completely transform the delivery of a claim, the removal of Canada's role in validating or assessing. They need to take a view. They need to take a position on what the First Nation is advancing. But the advice that they are relying upon as their own legal counsel being definitive of the whole of the dispute is what we're transforming. And so how First Nations and the Crown are setting that first table is what we're broadening. That's what we want to expand. So the starting place for what First Nations would bring forward to set that table is what we want to be as expansive as possible as First Nations envision it. We're not putting constraints on what that may look like, because we recognize the multi-relational complexity nature of what we're talking about. That isn't only about holding the Crown's actions accountable, because there is in that relational, enduring relation, in resolving one specific claim, there is still an enduring relationship with the Crown. And it's recognizing that the restoration of this one harm, in remedying this one harm, is only about one piece of this larger relationship. And so how even we would look at what is a remedy in the mind of the community when it starts, to your second question about money, it isn't, we are not seeing this as being confined to money. That remedy is too narrow in the way that it has been constructed. And so if we look at this entirely in its global relationship, all of the elements of reform, it is as expansive as we design it. The other part that's really important, though, and I realize that, and it's come up earlier, in the timeliness. No one wants to be at this process for decades. The risk that poses for our communities is real in the pressure, because the lands that we are occupying and that we've been displaced from continue to be developed. They continue to be eroded. There is continuing harm in the very issues that bring us to the table. So no one wants to see that enduring decades. But how do we achieve what we are striving for in the manner in which we too keep a timeliness? So it isn't, then let me just make a footnote here. The reason why there is a 3-year time frame in the way Canada has designed its process currently speaks entirely to the fact that what existed before the tribunal was no timeline. So we all have gone through a process where we have been in Canada's specific claims policy and branch for decades, waiting for the Department of Justice to take a position on a claim, and waiting for those decades to result in a no only takes us back to the starting place. So the 3 years was really about Canada's recognition that they could do better. That's where it starts. So part of our conversation amongst each other is, do we hold on to that? Can we achieve the vision that we're contemplating and maintain that timeliness? Or what is timeliness for us? So that's a conversation. The next part is about the actual bill, the actual legislation. It hasn't been designed. So the scope of it is something that we all need the collaboration. This isn't about the AFN having a bill for presentation. It is very much about what needs to be in it, though, to be responsibly inclusive of all that we need this to be. Our vision is to have all elements of funding outside of the department The fact that they're the very branch that is reviewing the validity of a claim has the capacity to fund First Nations participation through it, again, is that fair? How do we answer that? Our desire is to take funding entirely out of the department and give it to this independent center, and not to do it in a way that silos what it is you're working on as you proceed through a process. So you only have money for research, and then you have to apply for negotiation monies, and you only have monies to negotiate. And then if you don't reach a resolution and you want to seek recourse to the tribunal, then you have to make it up. Then you have to seek out. No. What we're saying is our participation in the resolution of a dispute should be flexible and should be fluid. And that requires a commitment to a community in the funding of their resources through a continuum of all of their participation. So the scope is as broad as we have yet to design it, but meeting the core elements of what we have in our proposal for reform. So to be continued would be the answer to the second question.
Yes, I've been fortunate to participate in the process of sitting down and having conversations with Indigenous Crown Relations and the technical team at Assembly of First Nations, and coming from Eastern Canada, representing Indigenous peoples through a traditional governance structure. And I feel very, in some way, vindicated in my stand to say, we need recognition. And I think AFN has stretched out its hand and in terms of inviting me into the process, and I'm very grateful for that. And I think this morning when I was talking about Indigenous perspectives of law, I was talking about the Mi'kmaq creation story as an example. And our relationships with the birds, plants, animals, and fish, which kind of convert to how do we get our food, our medicines, our clothing, our shelter, how we travel about on the land, and how we negotiate our survival through our ceremonies. And that is kind of almost the mainframe of our structure of governance in Canada with all the First Nations peoples. And then you turn the time scale around and look at what happened after Confederation. Where were the First Nations? What happened to their food and shelter and medicines and clothing and their relationships to the animals and birds and plants and fish and fire and wind and earth and water? I mean, those are the sacred elements that are really holding us all together. And even non-Indigenous people have really benefited far more than us as Indigenous peoples. And that's the reconciliation that we have to set straight. I mean, class action. This can be a really big class action. I mean, in terms of the losses we've experienced in the paper that Ardith has put together with the BCIC. You look at those things that she has identified that the people have lost in British Columbia. And it is a real big loss that cannot be measured by money alone and cannot be settled by money alone. I mean, today we're talking about settling land claim issues, and we're talking about trusts, not giving money directly to the First Nations, but putting money aside and identifying that amount of money that will last for the future generations, we have to think about 7 generations ahead. And so together we have to work collaboratively. Us as First Nations people working with each other, reaching out to each other and sharing our examples, sharing our knowledge, sharing our legal systems with one another and saying, we did this, and it worked. And we did that, but it didn't work. I mean, don't do that. I mean, so I think there is a lot of opportunity, and one of the drawbacks to all that, and one of the biggest challenges is that big machine called politics, that big machine called governance, that big machine called Treasury Board. Those are the big challenges that we have to face. And every so many years, government changes, and then policies change, and a lot of things just fall away, and no more follow-up. And I think we need something more stronger, with a bigger foundation that will stay there even if governments change, even if politics change, even if the machinery is run by a certain group of people. And we are models of it in our First Nations communities of the issue of the machine. And we can't help it because we're not the ones that created that. And on the ground, we end up fighting each other. And that's not going to get us anywhere further if we keep doing that. And I think there needs to be more a sense of collaboration and a sense of giving and taking, and sitting down and saying, yes, that should work. And I think part of that process right now is going on with this group, the technical group with AFN and Crown Indigenous Relations and Indigenous Services Canada. I mean, and Justice. I mean, there's lawyers going back and forth in each of those categories, but I mean, it's a process. And the thing is, the only solitary thing about it all is First Nations peoples. That's the solid ground that we stand on. And I think we can build on it, and let's all move forward. Well, Alio, thank you.
Thank you for that. So we have now it's just about 4:30, and we have 2 people left on the speakers list. So I'm going to have those 2 people speak. It's fine. No, it's great. Great discussion. I'll have those 2 people speak, which is Chief Sanderson first. And then I don't know if you're still on the line. I'm assuming you're from Skidegate, in which case you're called Nanai Rose. So I'm not sure if maybe somebody can check to see if she's still online and still wants to ask her question. But Chief Sanderson, if you'd like to start.
Thank you. Just like to acknowledge the territory that I'm in, and also the prayer this morning that was rendered. My name is Chief Calvin Sanderson. I'm from Saskatchewan. I'm one of the bands that are going through negotiations on our ag benefits and also our IR 98 claim. We're not a band fully recognized as a band yet. In order for us to be released, we need the Indian Act band to release us, which is James Smith, which we call today 370. But I can hear a lot of things that are knowledge keepers that are here, the former chiefs, past leadership. There's a lot of knowledge around this circle, and also a lot of knowledge from the elders, knowledge keepers from the past to the present. How do we move this vehicle forward from our perspective? We got a lot of jurisdictions in certain provinces too that are part of this arm, part of this vehicle. Justice is a part of this vehicle. I've seen a lot of that for the past 24 years, and it's pretty lengthy, negotiating land claims. And I can see if Canada is hearing us on our perspective at our level, it will expedite claims. We got the specific tribunal that's there. I think there's only one judge that's actually sitting on that. How many claims is he actually looking at across Canada? Back in 2008, there was a lot of claims that were rejected. And how many of those claims are back on the table? You got money issues, funding issues with specific claims. For me, we had to go look at an insurance company to actually back us up, just to go and argue with Canada and justice that it's a level playing field. But it's costing us a lot of money too, just to get into that litigation insurance. So that's one of the problems we're inheriting as First Nations, and the value and the loss of use of that land is another issue. Like you mentioned, what if you go back to Canada and say, well, you shortchange us? Is there an opportunity to go back after that for another claim? But you got to also realize that there's a release clause here that they're asking for in order for a First Nations not to go back to Canada. So for a second claim, and there's a lot of hearsays going out there right now on the ag benefits. So a lot of theorists, I guess, controversies that we're losing our treaty rights and all of this stuff. But anyways, things do change, like you said up there. Every year changes, every day is not the same politically, and whether it's governance, the leadership, and the leadership too back at home are struggling to try and make their membership understand why is it taking forever to settle your claim. And they don't realize that it takes a long time. Now that I've been sitting here for 24 years, I got a lot of gray hair, and look at the young people that are around this table that don't even have any gray hair. It is frustrating, and a lot of good points around the table here. We have justice and specific claims sitting here today. I'm glad that they're here. Now, the next question, is this a part of consultations and accommodations because they're sitting at this table when we're speaking openly about our issues here? So are they actually going to be taking these issues to their table and opening up? This is what they're saying at this table. But, that's something that we got to look forward to, and how, I guess, the 4 departments can work. But I'm grateful that I came down here. This is my second one that came down to this law gathering. And there's a lot of, my one colleague is always bringing up the 1991, the Indian, I guess, how to reestablish new bands and, I guess, additions to reserves. That's another item that we're trying to pursue back at the Saskatchewan level. But anyways, thanks for having me, and thanks for letting me speak here. Okay. It was a nice come now.
Chief Sanderson, I first of all, I want to acknowledge that you are here with crutches, no less, but you are here. And I want to speak to one thing that we've learned from your community that informs discussions that we've had with you and will continue to have. And that is the way that the policy is defined and operates now, currently, would exclude your community from advancing a claim on its own. And you have had to go through the very band that you were alleged the allegations are you were amalgamated with a different community. And so your efforts to give restoration back to your own people has gone through a different community. And we're saying that needs to change. That the very conduct that gives rise to why it is that you're advancing a claim in the first place is the basis upon which you stand as leadership to want to correct that wrong. We don't know how we need to work together to collaborate on how we best define that. But it has to be a part of how we change the things going forward. It has to be.
Very good answer. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So did we hear from Nanai Rose? Or a lesson while we're waiting. Nanai means grandmother in Haida. If you're from Skidegit. If you're from Masset, it's Nani. And if you're from Heidelberg, it's Nana. Nope. Okay. So there's no message from her, but perhaps she was quite keen earlier. So maybe tomorrow we can connect with her and see what her question was. But really appreciate everybody's comments today, everybody's patience, staying here until, actually, we're not that bad. Look at us, 5 minutes. Sorry, I was thinking it was like 5 o'clock already. Way to go. Way to go, everybody. So I think today, and I guess just to make a note too, there's key discussion questions, but we have tomorrow as well. And I know these are questions that many of you have thought about. They're in your package. You can have a look at them. If you want to jot down notes, send them off to the team. That's possible as well. But we'll have time and really all the discussions this 2 days is about those questions. So, but just to close up, and I know they're looking for the elder, but I have a feeling she's not here because nobody's indicated that they've seen her. Okay. So while we're waiting to see if that will happen, just reminding everybody to drop off their headsets. If you can just leave them at the back table, that would be fantastic. And the AFN staff will collect, or they'll collect them at the door or leave them on your table, I guess. Checkout time of the hotel is 11 a.m. If you have your luggage, you can leave your luggage at the front desk or in the foyer outside this meeting room. There's not enough space to bring it in here, but it'll be looked after outside. Breakfast tomorrow will start at 8 a.m. and day 2 agenda starts at 9 a.m. For those of you that are online, you will use the same link that you used today to log into the hybrid meeting, and the meeting will start for you, those online, at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And have we figured anything out? Okay, Colin Ivy. Okay. We have a wonderful elder that will come up and carry out some closing protocol. Thank you. As you can see, it was very last minute, last 10 seconds. But I guess that's the strength of elders. Always ready to go. Thank you, Miss Ivy. You don't need to.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. And I'm so glad that the processes you're talking about here are going forward. And I hope that we can all come together to begin to realize what we're here for. Our claims, the processes that you all have to go through with all the departments that you have to deal with, that you will begin to make them understand why you're interested in reclaiming your land. Because this is our country. It was in the beginning. And as far as I'm concerned, the status in that area has never changed. We're Native people, First Nations, and this land is ours. I've gone to places where, like when I go to purchase anything at a store, and there's a different nationality trying to get ahead of me in line, and the waitress or whoever's behind the desk asked, "Who was here first?" Of course. And then I surprised that one lady. I said, "Well, I was here first, and so were my grandfathers." Boy, her face just went red. She was so upset. So I just want to thank you all for being here today. And I thank that elder that did the ceremony this morning, a prayer ceremony. That was awesome. But with that, I'm going to say the closing prayer, and I'm not going to use my mic. Okay, thank you.